Yeah, she's writing my notes down somewhere. But in any case, just it needs to be considered.
I was going to just change the topic completely. I understand we had some technical difficulties, and now I think we're actually online. So our previous 25 minutes of discussion is just between friends, I guess. So we're on, Joe, just FYI.
Do we need to specify representation from the high school counselor group? If we're trying to make sure these organizations or groups of people are represented, that may also be a group to add to the list.
Who is the high school counselor group?
There's a Texas Counselors Association, and because of the cost of attending these meetings and the simplicity of perhaps having someone locally, it might be that we could contact Region 13 and ask if they know of local counselors who might be able to serve this way. I don't have an answer to that question, but I think the paragraph A in this section specifically mentions interaction, I think, with the public school counselors. So if we can get their representation, that would be good. Pilar does a good job when she can come. But we might want to get a second person of that background.
I'm more inclined to add a statement that says membership on the committee should include a representative designated by SPUPC, ICUT, and TACC. I'm less inclined on the high school counselor one, mainly because the public school counselors are already listed, and the challenge of them actually having continued to come. But that would be my recommendation. And then a question was asked about somebody from TACRO, whether that would be appropriate or not. Now we're expanding quite rapidly and limiting the choices in some respects, but I think we're probably better off with a broader representation over the long term than the 8 of us that have been consistently coming for the last, 5, 10 years. So I think it's worth trying to broaden the representation if we can. So.
I think as we continue to integrate the reports and everything else that we're doing, I think we do need to get the representation from these other groups. So I think it can just be an added plus to our committee.
So the other groups, ICUT, SPUPC, TASFA, TSCUBO, TACRO, and I'm missing one?
No, TACC.
ICUT was the first one, okay.
TACC is the other one.
Okay.
He has the others. So there's six external.
And this doesn't exclude anyone else from coming. Along with those who seem to always be here, it seems that we always have a good representation of that same party or same groups in the audience too. So it works well. Well, kind of.
Good morning. If I can comment on behalf of SPUPC, I would rather not have a designated representative because each of the SPUPC members have the opportunity on a rotating basis to have representatives on the committee. So I'd rather not designate a spot for that and appreciate the opportunity for a staff member to serve ex officio, but not take a slot on the committee.
I don't object to that as long as you describe ex officio members.
Is that a new definition we have to put in there now?
It would be, yes.
All right.
Or just to make it public testimony or something. But
given how the coordinating board has set up public testimony, I think that would be purposeless. I'd be happy with ex officio members.
Well, I think it's great that we might want to have representation from all those other groups. We got to be careful that we don't miss the scope of what this committee is supposed to do. So that would be the only thing. It's great to have representation from all those areas because of integrated reports, but this is the Financial Aid Advisory Committee. So I think we need to stay consistent with that purpose and focus.
One option might be to make a point as we plan our meetings to share the agenda with these organizations and advise them we'd be happy for them to attend if they would like. There'd be an opportunity for public comment. If you don't want to go so far as to have them officially on the committee.
All right.
I've always felt pretty free to interact with the group, and I know most people have. But once you start doing things formally under rules and under statutes, you have to proceed the way the rules say you have to proceed. And what that often does is limit how you can interact. For example, we might not be able to have this conversation under the rules if somebody is not able to do that. When you set up public testimony, it's going to be at this time, it's going to be this long. You've got this much time to say whatever you need to say. Very often, that is designed to limit input into the process. I don't think this committee has ever wanted to limit input into this process. So the suggestions that I'm making here are both for breadth of interaction, of representation, and for making sure that there's always a good basis of interaction going on. And once you start doing rules, you have to be careful what you do because you can shut off your conversation.
Do we know offhand, so the concept of an ex officio, does an ex officio person not count against the 24? Do we even know the answer to that question? So, I mean, it may be in terms of not wanting to take a slot, it may take a slot anyway because of the way 24 is. So,
I think they usually don't, and they usually don't have a vote either.
I mean, it makes sense that it wouldn't, but I don't know how it actually works in terms of the interpretation of the statute itself. So,
It seems like it would be a lot like what we do with TASFA, where you have your partners and your like TG and the coordinating board come in and present to the TASFA board, but they're not voting members. But they have the opportunity to present what's going on. Ex officio is going to be more like. I mean, Carol's right. If we're going to set rules, we have to make sure we don't set them so strict that we can't dialogue, because that would not be good.
Any further comments on this? Do we want to or do we not want to include SUPUPSI, ICUT, and TAC with formal representation?
Is there a way to describe voting members as separate from ex officio members? And then what you've got is those who can actually vote and those who are there to represent others but may not be able to vote or don't vote.
Questions we don't have.
I don't know if there's any statutory requirements or anything in the Ed Code already that prohibits you from doing that. But that might be one way of making sure you get both the breadth and some limit.
Well, why don't we, at the risk of delaying a process here, I think we need to try to figure out how does this really work in terms of the statute itself, and get a copy of the statute to know whether or not what flexibility we really have here. And then come back and revisit this before we make a decision one way or the other.
Does the General Counsel's office know the answers to these questions?
We may be able to find out from General Counsel. Joe, I have copies of the statutes that were quoted as we drafted these, and that level of detail is not in there. So, but there may well be agency policies about these and we can definitely find out about that and notify the group. If we, in a miracle, could do it this afternoon, but more likely after the meeting is over, we'll find out and get in touch with you.
Here's a little bit of information. I Googled it. So Wikipedia, an ex officio member is a member of a body, a board, committee, council, etc., who is part of it by virtue of holding another office. The term is Latin. I guess we probably don't care about that. But it basically means by right of office. So it kind of leads credence to, because of who they are, who you represent, you're there almost as an expert witness type thing, and I think that's very valid. I think that's what we're looking for, is that level of input, not necessarily voting on whatever is taking place.
Did that have the appropriate citations listed on there?
Wikipedia, I mean, that's as good as it gets.
All right, any other comments on this section?
There's been no comment about how long the chair will hold his or her position, and you might want to address that.
Vote it out.
Well, I mean, to me, it's an annual vote of the board, I mean, of the group. So, I mean, I don't know that it needs to be in the rule. Not that I mean, it's always a right to refuse to serve as chair, too, so.
And in 21E, there's a blank there where it talks about how long a person should be off the committee before they're allowed to come back on.
And in the version, so in my mind, I actually struck that and said, persons who have previously served on the committee are eligible to serve again, and left it at that, as opposed to there having to be some sort of automatic, you have to be off the committee before you can be back on the committee. I mean, ultimately, that's a choice of how the committee is structured. It doesn't need to be in the rule.
Sorry, we apparently did not pull the right copy, but yeah, and that can be struck if that's the choice of the group, certainly.
I felt like it wasn't necessary to limit somebody who had been on the board. If we're getting good input from people who have been serving on this committee, why would we put a rule in place that says we don't want that person on the committee in the future? I mean,
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. I just noticed the blank and thought we might want to address it.
Good question. No objections to striking it? Struck.
And Joe, how do you want to proceed on F?
So I think that's a conversation, I mean, I think that's sufficient in the rule. I think there's a conversation that happens afterwards. Unless we want to codify in the rule how the members are selected, which I don't think you want to do, but. Any other comments? Move on to meetings. This is pretty much what we talked about previously. And there was some questions raised about, which we are doing today, broadcasting the meeting, as to whether that was something we really wanted to do. I mean, the concerns might be that it limits conversation. Most financial aid people haven't been shy about talking anyway. But I want to make sure that we, at least since that concern was raised by somebody, I wanted to see if anybody else had any concerns about that aspect of the rule. Hearing no concerns, we'll move on. Tasks assigned the committee. A little more detail about what we're doing. Very much is similar to the purpose statement at the beginning, just broken out a little bit. So I think the two additions that we made at the beginning, review collection and uses of data and recommend areas of research for consideration, both would need to be added under item B. Other tasks to be addressed include. And so both of those get added there as well as 4 and 5. Any concerns, changes, recommendations there? Hearing none, moving on. Reporting committee recommendations to the board. The first part of that is in the statute. Presiding officer shall report to the advised state agency is actually in the statute that governs advisory committees. The second part of that is saying how often. And where the report goes.
If I may, this draft, this particular part of the draft, I think is something that we talked a bit about last session or last meeting, and then I drafted. But I think these particulars may be something that will be worked out as the coordinating board's sunset statute gets finalized and adopted, and then the board goes from there. I don't want to imply that we know how that process would be working, and whether, and it might make sense to just keep this first sentence for now and the other details be added as those are worked out in the process.
What was the recommendation again in the Sunset staff report on this? I don't remember.
I remember the basics, and that was that there should be more direct reporting from the advisory committees to the board, but beyond that, I don't know any details.
As I recall, I think the way Joe has it written here pretty much expresses, what the review committee, was thinking, because they said that there was less input from the committees. Everything was coming directly from coordinating board employees as opposed to members of the committee. So this would address that.
No, I don't question that at all. I was just, the mechanics may be different than what's mentioned here, but the process, the goals that are listed here are I think, quite correct.
Okay.
Jane, my recollection is similar to yours. I think the Sunset Commission report recommended that that advisory committees make reports directly to the coordinating board. This calls for a report to be issued to the commissioner.
Oh.
I think part of what
for the committee chair to wait for somebody, it's not specified, to ask for the committee to come to speak to the board. I'm curious as to why this doesn't quite line up with the Sunset staff recommendation.
Again, all I'm really saying is that this language, and this is not Joe's language, this is something that had been drafted before it went to him, that is a pot shot at trying to get something in there to deal with this, but not intended to be how the details would be worked out. And again, the option, the intent is to get direct feedback to the board, but this implies it has to happen after every meeting, and I don't know if that is something that we want to commit to, and so forth. So that's more what I'm trying to say.
Sure. The one thing I would say, if this is the language that ultimately gets incorporated, there might be some value just to make it clear, and I'm sure this is going to happen anyway, but just to make it clear that the chair's report would be distributed to all committee members concurrently with sending it to the commissioner.
My suggestion, based on feedback here, the chair of the Financial Aid Advisory Committee shall prepare an annual report to the board and distribute it to the committee. Period. Strike the rest.
But don't you think there might be times where an interim report of some kind would be appropriate?
At least annually.
Okay, at least annually. Okay.
Chair of this Financial Aid Advisory Committee will prepare a summary report at least annually to the board and distribute it to the committee members. Striking the rest. Next section, beginning and ending dates of the committee. And I had a question on this because I didn't understand. I mean, supposedly this is language that's in the advisory committee language in the statute, but this advisory committee exists in statute. So this seemed to me to say, one statute says you can abolish it after 4 years, while another statute says you have to have it. So
I believe the language indicates that it's kind of like a sunsetting of committees, that it will go out of existence after 4 years unless these rules are updated to continue the committee as it has been acting. But we have never, since we haven't had rules, we haven't had an official starting date of this committee. And this is suggesting that whenever these rules are adopted, which would probably at earliest be January of 2013, would be the date that got plugged in there. And then 4 years from that date, the board would again renew the rules and continue the functioning of the committee, assumedly.
I can't figure out how you can abolish a committee that's in statute, though. So what am I missing?
Would it be easier to say that it would sunset, which implies a process, as opposed to abolished by?
I think it'd be better to say the committee continues unless abolished by statute. That way you don't address it again at all unless abolished.
Okay. This is from the General Government Code, Chapter 2110, the State Agency Advisory Committees. Section 2110.008, duration of advisory committees. A state agency that has established an advisory committee may designate the date on which the committee will automatically be abolished. The designation must be by rule. The committee may continue in existence after that date only if the agency amends the rule to provide for a different abolishment date.
My recommendation based on that read right there is this section doesn't need to be there at all. This is an advisory committee established by the legislature, not by a state agency, and therefore it's not subject to this provision of being abolished after 4 years.
I agree.
Striking it. Last section, agency evaluation of committee cost and effectiveness. I'm okay with the coordinating board having to do this.
Joe, did you abolish did you strike all of the beginning and ending dates of the?
Yes, that whole section.
Okay.
No comments on the last section?
I have one question, though. At the last meeting, something came up about people who could serve on the committee or might not be able to because of the cost. And Dan said something about that the coordinating board could pay travel expenses. And am I remembering that correctly?
I believe we do have some committees that reimburse expense.
Okay. Well, does that need to be in here? I mean, my question is, if we want people to participate and we have community colleges or whatever whose budgets don't support that, we're kind of excluding them if they don't know that that's available.
I'm not sure that belongs in the rules. It probably belongs in how we select committee members, and that would be just my initial reaction to that, is that it would be in the process. It gets developed based on F in section 21-blank.
Yeah, I just thought it was relative to committee costs.
I'll check on that and let you know.
Okay. Any
other comments on the proposed rule at this point? We have some obviously some cleanup work and some questions that need to be answered before we can finalize this. So at this point, we'll come back to that. I'm going to push us a little bit further before we take a break. Discussion of progress by the Financial Aid Database Subcommittee. So I understand they've had at least one meeting. So, Marcus.
It was an excellent meeting. Does everybody have the notes?
The notes were not included in the packet. No, they were sent out to everyone,
Okay.
but they were not included in the handout.
So since everybody brought them with you, thank you. We had a really a good group. It was, I'm going to say it was a great visit. It was a great discussion. The committee members, it looks like we're kind of a little bit heavy towards private schools. We're heavy towards banner schools. None of those things really, I think, affected the discussion, the conversation at all. The fact that we've got so many private schools on there, I think that probably is good because I think maybe that's where some of those variables are. I don't know that for sure. The large schools that were part of the committee are A&M and UNT. I believe there's only one community college, and that's Austin College, and that's Rosie, our chair. So,
Austin Community College.
Austin Community College.
oh, sorry. That's a different school, isn't it?
There is a list of committee members
Okay.
in your handout.
I didn't print that one off, sorry. I think some of the fear was going into this that this was just going to be a gripe session and nothing positive could be accomplished, and it was very far from that. I think it was a very good discussion, and it was very open, very honest conversation, and I appreciate the coordinating board's willingness to kind of let us approach it from that way as well as the other way. I think it was very positive. But I think we'll continue to evaluate the membership, the makeup. Do we need to have more from different type schools? Do we have the different platforms represented like we should? Our next meeting, I believe, is scheduled for October, so that will be far enough down the road after dealing with this next phase report that I think some more things will be coming from that. A number of issues and challenges were identified. The first one's dealing with exemptions and waivers this year because we're pulling in specific data elements versus lump summing. I think we'll see some questions coming from that. I did note one edit, and that is in who should be reported on the fades, and it says are enrolled, and that probably should be were enrolled since it's looking back to the prior year. Other issues are reconciliation because we're beginning to compare the financial aid data with the data from other reports, CBM 001, the IFRS. Am I saying that correctly? So again, beginning to pull in more data and trying to really clean up everything that's being reported. So I think ongoing is going to be good, but I think we're going to identify some other areas where we do need some help. The ongoing challenges with that reconciliation, that comes down to a lot of manual intervention, and hopefully we can work through some of that and clean it up in both directions. The timeline that had been reported was July 2nd, and that is going to not be correct, and I believe we're going to update that to...
I believe it was September 17th. Yeah.
Okay, September 17th.
Timeline being the timeline
thank you,
for
Joe.
submitting reports.
He can read my notes better than I can. So it changed from July 2nd to September 17th. Lots of questions were asked and I believe answered, and I think that's where a lot of the conversation was, is why do we have to do this? Why do we have to do that? And I think that just communication, if nothing else, it helped a great deal. Just, okay, well, here's why we have to do some things like that. So I think the communication from the coordinating board back to us and vice versa is very helpful. Excuse me. And along those lines is kind of the ability to communicate with Tanya, because she's kind of the point of contact for so much of this, but a new email address has been set up for her, and that was one of the recommendations. And that's so questions specifically with the fades go to her, and then questions for different areas that are being reported on the fades, contacts will be given for those people as well. So if you have a program issue, TEOG, whatever, you have a contact person that you can work with so that you don't go through Tanya first and then back through someone else. And as you can imagine, she's overwhelmed at different times of the year because we all have a certain date that we've got to get all of this done. That's compounded a little bit because our software providers are giving us the new code at about the same time. So all those kind of schools are hitting them, again, in our case, kind of at the last minute. One of the nice things that came out of this is Ed Turney. He's always been a very valuable resource. I know that going back years when we worked together. And I believe he's going to continue to be even more so to more of the schools here within the state. But so many of us are having to do manual edits on the report, and Ed has identified some kind of tips and tricks, and whether the big schools need this with your programmers, I don't know, but I think the smaller schools where we're a little bit more manual, I think he has some tips and tricks that will be very helpful for cleaning up our reports. And a possible suggestion there is maybe a session at TASFA specifically for FADES, for tips and tricks, how to work through how to get some of these errors resolved. So Ed, thank you if you're listening. But within the notes, there's a couple of pieces of software that he has mentioned. Again, I think the biggest thing that was identified is communication, both directions. Try to come up with a frequently asked questions, not that we read through that like we should, but again, if something is happening within the system that everybody is getting the same error, or if 15 schools are getting the same error, push a note to us. Say, hey, here's something that's happening. We're seeing more and more of this. Here's possibly some of the workarounds. But pushing that information back to those of us who are doing the reports can maybe save all those schools asking the same question over and over and over. So that helps on both sides. Some of the questions were, why can't I make some of these corrections online and not have to resubmit the entire file? That becomes challenges within the systems themselves that is accepting the data as far as generating. There's no way to keep those in sync. And I think that was one of the biggest concerns because, you're down to one error, but you have to generate this massive file to fix one thing. And that appeared to be one of the biggest reasons there.
When you regenerate that file and you've had to make manual corrections before, every time you do that, you have to make those manual corrections again in order to make your new correction.
True.
All right. That was just a hot button.
One of the biggest things that came out of it also was once you submit your file, check back within approximately an hour or so. Even though you've not received notification that your file is there, there's a decent chance that it is. The routine notifying you that your file is ready or your error file is ready runs at a different schedule than what the actual error file being generated is. So there's a chance that you can get to your error file prior to being notified. And I think that one key piece right there is huge.
Yeah, Marcus, I think what happens is that institutions will send multiple reports at the same time, and the system is set up to send out the notices after all of those different reports have been cleared. While in the meantime, they're going to do financial aid database first, and so it will be out there with the data available before the others get cleared and that notice is sent out. So that's really how that is happening.
Gotcha. Again, the email address specifically for FADES, that has been set up. It's fadb@thecb.state.tex.us, and I'm sure that Tanya will make that available to us. They're identifying a contact person for different program issues. A thought there that isn't completely in the notes, but is referred to a little bit, I think it would be beneficial if we or our software providers provided a contact to Tanya as well so that she can communicate with these folks who are generating the codes for the different schools and that there can be some form of communication there. I think that specifically as a banner school, I think that would help us a great deal. A question was raised about using Fuse software online web product. to keep us from having to travel back and forth, and it doesn't appear that that will serve our needs.
Well, I don't think it's in our agreement with Fuse that we can allow other entities to use it, but I've got it on the board agenda for the 7th, and we'll discuss it.
Cool. So there's still some hope there.
Not much.
And even if there is not, attorney did a conference call, and he said that that was productive.
Yeah, there were, I believe, 3 or 4 of us that were on it as a conference call, and I thought the interaction went very well. Those who weren't on the call, I'm not sure. Did it seem like we were involved enough?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Too much so, maybe?
We were trying to find the off button, but we couldn't. No, it was good participation.
But once again, I appreciate the coordinating board's willingness to allow us to do some of this stuff. I think the interaction, the communication, very helpful. But our next meeting will be sometime in October, and we'll have another report for you then. Are there any questions, clarification? Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus. We will take a 10-minute break.
Of Texas grant recipients, and because of the FADS report, we can make that kind of a report. When people are trying to decide how much money might be needed in order to fully fund something, if we have a sense of what those eligibility requirements, the financial aid database allows us to get as close as we can to that data set of eligible people and come up with estimates. For instance, in dealing with Texas grant allocations for initial year awards, we look at students who are Texas residents enrolled at least 3/4 time, who are undergraduates, and whose EFC is 4,000 or less. So it allows us to really pull some fairly specific subsets of data, and that has proven to be extraordinarily helpful to us. We can, because of the demographic information that's collected in the FADS report and then the program data, do a lot of cross-sections of the data and combinations of subsets of people, institutions, and so forth. That and we get asked, as the legislature becomes more and more aware of this data set, we are having more and more requests for the information. I want to stress that we never give out individual student data. Even when we give aggregate information, if it's given by institution, there are asterisks used for small sets of people to avoid any kind of FERPA violations and so forth. So, at that, if you have any questions, I'd be glad to respond to them. Okay, if not, the second part of this was to, yes, sir.
I'm wondering if there might be a way to evolve the financial aid database to the point where other researchers around the state might be able to access the data that are in it. I understand, I agree, by the way, with what you're saying about the FERPA issues. Mm-hmm. Ways to mask certain data elements but still retain the individual unique student records and allow other folks to get into that and do their own independent analyses on that.
I know that issue has come up before. We have talked some with the programmers about trying to enable that to occur. We agree with you that in an ideal world that would be a possibility. And I think it's on our wish list. The difficulty is simply limited resources for getting something like that done. But we agree that the availability of that data, what you find in the financial aid database report or the student financial aid report that goes out by our agency each August, we are giving more and more data in that just to make it more available to people who might be researchers, but ideally it would be where you could manipulate it. And we want to get there. That's definitely a goal of ours. Thank you. But Joe had asked me to spend some time talking about our allocation process. And the label of this section dealing with use of FADS data is a little bit misnomer in terms of what we're now talking about, because our allocations rely on some financial aid database information, but also a great deal of other information that comes in either through the CBM reports or through the end-of-year reports from the institutions. I'm going to start with the Texas Grant Program, and feel free to ask questions. We could spend the day probably talking about this. I'm going to try to give you the short version, and then we'll also talk about the allocation process for other programs as well. Texas Grant was the first program we worked with that introduced the concept of initial and renewal awards, and we've been living on the learning curve with regard to that ever since that hit the radar. The first year of awards was in 2000, so the second year so it was in 2001, and that was the first year we had to do both renewal and initial allocations. The Texas Grant allocation begins with the appropriation, as you can see on this spreadsheet. We have the information here about the appropriation for the biennium, and we subtract from it the expenditures from the prior year. We add in donations that we have received during this biennium.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Notice it's in green. I think that's very nice, appropriate. And then we come up with a number of available funds for the current or for the year that we are doing the allocation. The next thing that occurs is we start crunching numbers to try to determine what is needed to accommodate the returning students. And this is when we start getting into some fairly massive spreadsheets. I'm going to just pick a school and go across the line with you. If you have any questions about the process, I'll go up and just pick on Angelo because they're at the top of the list for universities. The first thing we do is look at the students who have received awards in the most current year. Since we're looking at the allocation for 2013 for next year, we're looking at the data that we had for FY12 at the time we were doing the allocation. We first start with initial students and then renewal. For the universities, for the four-year institutions, we assume we count initial and renewal students equally as we look at what will be available or who will be back the next year. For two-year institutions, we have a lower expectation of returning students for a third year, and so we use a part of the renewal count in that calculation. Looking at Angelo State, we have in fiscal 12, they made 529 initial awards, 393 renewal awards. We want to subtract out students that they indicate have graduated who are on the Texas Grant. And then if there were any allocations or reallocations made this year, that's put in as an adjustment. And you end up with this major, or the net result of the number of people who could conceivably come back next year to receive a Texas Grant. We then start adjusting that number based on conditions that impact student return rates or the size of awards. This first adjustment is a persistence rate, and this is coming from the CBM 001 report. It is a one-year freshman return rate for entering freshmen. Each institution's number, as you can see, is different. So that is something that we have pulled from the CBM reports. So in this case, it would be for FY11 students who returned in fall FY12 and remained at the same school. Where, again, we're not talking about students who are just persisting in college, but actually persisting at that same institution. In this case, for Angelo State, when you take that percentage and apply it against your base of total students, you have 551 students who are expected to return for the next year. What we found over time is going at it that way, we still ended up typically putting too much money in the renewal and having institutions transfer money from renewal to initial. And so we started looking at how we should adjust those numbers. And one of the ways that we did that is looking at what percent of the maximum award that institutions tended to make each year. When we end up with our final number of people, we then multiply at times the award amount to come up with each school's allocation. So institutions who typically make less than full awards were, again, receiving more money per student than they typically would be spending. So we started making these adjustments a few years ago. And what we do is we look at these numbers for a 3-year period and come up with a 3-year percentage rate for each institution. So in the case of Angelo, again, I'm not picking them for any reason other than that they're at the top of this list. In 2009, their average award was 87% of the max. In 10, it was 87.6%. And then, as you see you can't see my finger pointing, in 2011, it was 90.18%. And so for that 3-year period, it's an 88.34% rate. And when we come back over to the reallocation, here is where this number comes from. Okay? Everyone with me? Very good. After that, let's see. Okay, so we then multiply the 88% times the 551, and we get the 486 people. Based on that, if we then multiply that times the maximum award in each sector, you end up with this number. What we were still finding under those circumstances is that some schools were getting more money than they were needing for renewal students. So we looked at a second adjustment to be made, and that has to do with their use of the awards that are allocated to them. So in other words, if we thought Caldwell University was going to make 100 awards, but they only made 90 each year, then that is, we are again giving them more money than we should be giving them. So the second adjustment looks at their performance in making awards as opposed to what we anticipated them doing it. In this case, for Angelo State, they have actually been making more awards in renewal than we had anticipated, and they have a 3-year average of 81 in excess of what we had anticipated. And when you go back over to the allocation, you see this 81 is added back in, and they now have this as their adjusted number of awards, and we then allocated by the award amount to come up with their renewal allocation. The award amount for this year and for next year is based on the target amount as opposed to the maximum, because institutions have done a very good job of using those target amounts. And so that is how we come up with the renewal allocation. The only difference that occurs with the 2-year institutions as opposed to the university, like I've shown you, is that we have 25% of the renewal recipients of this year included in their base number going forward before the adjustments. And we don't make this just a minute. This adjustment is only used for the 4-year institutions, not also for the 2-year institutions. Again, because of the impact of renewal awards for universities being so much greater than for the 2-year institutions, both because of the number of people returning and also the size of awards made at universities opposed to the 2-year colleges. So, having done that, we come up with a total of renewal money that needs to be appropriated. We go back to our allocation sheet, and this is where that number is inserted. And that comes up, here's the insertion, and that ends up telling us how much money we have available for initial awards. Everybody with me so far? Okay. For initial awards, we do use FADS data, and we look at, well, the first step is to split the funds among the various sectors. At the very beginning, we were giving everyone awards based on their numbers of people, and what we realized is that the distribution of people coming out of high school with the recommended curriculum is not across the board the same. And so we started having to look at the split of eligible students among the sectors and then deciding how many awards, initial year awards, could be made, and then split those awards by sector. And this calculation is done based on a weighted average of the share of the students in each sector with the recommended curriculum. And once we get down to here, we have, of that 32,340 students, this is the split among the various sectors. And then within a sector such as universities, we allocate the money based on each school's number of students from FADS that was reported for the most recent year. For this calculation, it was FY 10 because we didn't have FY 11 data yet. And it's people who were enrolled at least 3/4 time, were Texas residents, were undergraduates, had EFC of 4,000 or less. And that's each school's number going down that column. This is now the share of those people in that sector for each school. And then that percentage is multiplied times the total number of awards, initial year awards for that sector, and that's multiplied by the dollar amount to come up with the IY allocation. So this is where the FADS data comes in. It's coming up with the number of initial students that we think are eligible in each sector and then at each institution that we can then make awards to. And finally, we end up with the final allocation where those two numbers are combined. If anyone has questions, I would be glad to respond.
We're now using we're not using the maximum award when you're doing
for this year, for the 2012 and 2013, we did not use the maximum award. We used the target.
5,000.
Yes.
Okay.
If we go back to the this form right here, down below, we have the target amounts versus the maximum. Yes, ma'am. Any other questions on Texas Grant?
Jane, is this something you can make available to the committee members? And is it something that we could actually get prior to making awards, the data that you're using? So before you actually send out formal allocations to institutions, can this be something made available to the advisory committee for feedback on, does something look wrong, does something look right?
We would love to do that if time permits. Part of the difficulty is that because we base it on current year numbers of awards, we are fighting this battle of demands from the outside to get these numbers out ASAP, and the difficulty of getting the numbers of awards through the funds request form, which is what we use for the current year numbers. I would love to have a subset of people who could review this and say, this looks funny. And if we can figure out a way to do that with timing permitting, I think that would be a great idea.
Well, I was going to interject the sunset recommendations is to put all of these allocation methodologies in rule. So we're heading down the path of having all of these allocations being identified as rule. So I guess that's one just kind of point of information. Yes, I think we'll send the information out as it becomes available. Kind of back to Jane's point, the sticky wicket is what's currently going on, which is inconsistent with how the state does all of their other funding for higher education. They either look a year in the past and then project out 2 years into the future. So it's not terribly receptive to any kind of changes that are going on any campus in any given year. So the financial aid process has been more sensitive to interbiennial changes. Is that a word? If it's not a word, it's now a word. Interbiennial changes. What we would, on a practical level, we would lose that if we get into the point of, and it's not necessarily it's bad, but we would lose that flexibility by identifying in statute and then essentially just projecting forward into the future of your school is going to look like this in 2015, for instance. And Dan, personally speaking, I don't necessarily see that as being a problem. We just have to have consensus among the group that, yes, we all agree that this makes sense and it's logical and it's consistently applied. And I think once we get to that point, I'm sure Jane would love to not have to do these with me standing over her shoulder.
Let me kind of rephrase a little bit here. Could we get a copy of this actual spreadsheet? And then two, given that you're headed down a road that would codify this into rule in terms of the allocation methodology, it would be worth, I think, a conversation of this committee to take a look at this data relative to the allocation formulas and be able to give feedback as to whether or not this is a good thing to, the way in which it's being done right now actually is the best way to do it, and be able to provide feedback before you put it into rule.
Oh, sure. I agree with that completely. I guess that at the end of the day, where we're trying to, the main underlying current of this is predicting where renewal students will end up. And, that's not a terribly exact science, but.
One other question on the data. Any particular reason why you're using the first-year retention rate or persistence rate and applying it to all renewal students as opposed to trying to break that out by classification?
Jane, if you don't mind.
I'd love you to.
Well, I think in 1999, the first-year retention rate is the information that was available. So there really wasn't any other information as to what the potential renewal characteristics of a Texas grant recipient might look like. So I think that's why that was picked.
And it's just been a carry forward.
Well, it's been a carry forward, and I think what we've tried to accomplish with this last bit of adjustment is kind of a look backwards of here's what we predicted, let's look back and see how accurate we were. And now we've been doing that fairly consistently for 3 years of let's keep doing what we've been doing because it's replicable and we've been doing it for a long time, but let's check ourselves and see if we've been right or not. So ultimately, that's the check figure that's been put into place of A&M has historically always been we overestimated renewal count at A&M, and as we've been looking back, yes, we overestimate them, and we overestimate them fairly consistently every year. So now we're going to make an adjustment, and likewise, we underestimate other institutions in the same manner. So this is not exact science by any stretch of the imagination, but it's essentially trying to identify, again, institution where the renewal students are, and I think on the aggregate, the estimates are fairly accurate. There probably has some variability, obviously, depending on what the habits of the students are these days. So,
I think one of the things that I'm concerned about in putting it in rule is simply what level of detail do you put in rule. One of the things that this world has had is that as we figure out that we can still do better than this, we need to add another tweak. And depending on how much detail is in the rule, we may or may not be able to add that tweak, whether it makes sense to do so or not. So I think we had said we would have a draft set of such rules for this meeting, and it doesn't exist because I haven't figured out how to do that and what level of detail would be in the rule.
Ultimately, there's been discussion about creating a line item appropriation for the institutions that calls out, either Texas grant specifically or, state financial aid for public institutions of your Texas grant allocation is identified in the appropriation. And the coordinating board essentially provides information much like we do for formula funding. So I particularly like that approach because it systematically takes those kinds of calculations and puts it off into a corner and they run. But again, it's not going to be terribly sensitive to what's going on kind of in between time. And then we continue doing TEG and separately from the coordinating board. I guess ultimately, from an operational simplicity standpoint, I would prefer to do that.
And that would imply, or that would require biennial calculations. So we're talking about data that doesn't change between years. And so and so forth. I have information, similar spreadsheets for other programs. Do you want to look at any of those? The TEOG allocation is very similar to Texas Grant because, again, you have renewal and initial awards, and so I would probably suggest for time purposes is to, if you want to, we can look at work study and TEG, but this is at the pleasure of the committee.
Anybody want to see any particular ones, or just actually review these when they send them out to us? Can you send all of them out to the committee?
Sure.
I think our overarching attempt is to try to make equitable distributions of state funds wherever they need to go. So all of them look a little bit different because they're to different populations, and there are some statutory requirements, although not very many. Anyway, just additional information.
You do also, in your packet, have a narrative description of the allocation process for these programs. Okay? We're good?
I think we're good.
All right.
Thank you, Jane.
Sure.
Much appreciated. All right. Why don't we move on to discussion of Texas Guaranteed presentation on student debt. Jeff. And Carla.
I'm not a one.
It should.
Okay. Okay.
Might want to test drive.
This is fine. Okay, does work. Cool. So thanks for the opportunity to present today. We're very happy to present our latest research report. This is a report that is one of TG's mandatory responsibilities. It's in our statute to report to the Texas legislature every session. And the title of our report is Balancing Passion and Practicality, the Role of Debt and Major on Students' Financial Outcomes. So what we were trying to capture in that title is the mixed messages that we send to students. On the one hand, we say, pursue your passion, go for your dream. But on the other hand, we say, and make enough to, get out of the house, get enough to pay your loans. And that mixed message is sort of the focus point of the report. And I should mention my co-authors, Carla Fletcher, also Mickey Neal, and Melissa Shook. Okay. Oh. Okay, so why did we do the study? 3 reasons. Let's see. One, it's a follow-up to our report on Digging Deeper, the report on debt in Texas. And that paper really focused on some of the negative consequences of borrowing, in particular people who were really struggling paying back their loans, and some of the ways that the prospect of borrowing was forcing some students to choose ways of going to college, like going part-time, working full-time, delaying enrollment, how the prospect of debt was encouraging those behaviors that make it less likely that they will be successful. So that paper focused on those who were struggling academically. But in our research, we were also finding people who were successful. They graduated, and yet they were still having problems with their repaying their loans. So we wanted to learn more about, hey, what's the story with them? Also, about this time is when the Department of Education put out their final regulations on gainful employment. Now, I know that just focused on vocational programs, but it addresses a general concern in society about people's ability, to go off, you're paying all this money, college costs are increasing, people are having to increasingly go into debt to do this. Are these schools, preparing these people for occupations that will allow them to repay their loans? So we wanted to, in that spirit, we wanted to better understand that. The other thing we wanted to do is TG wants to build tools to help students think more carefully about some of their higher education choices, the amount that they borrow, and the implications of some of their academic choices. So those were the three main reasons. So to do this, we wanted to do a study that looked at both, had both qualitative component and quantitative component. So let's talk about the qualitative part first. So what we wanted to accomplish here is to get a better idea of how students were being canceled right now. And we also wanted to understand what are some of the challenges that schools are facing in counseling their students. To do this, we did 6 site studies. 3 were in Texas, 3 were outside of Texas. And we looked at 3 different school sectors: 4-year public, 4-year private, and community colleges. We didn't do proprietary schools because not long ago we did a pretty extensive study of that sector, and that looked at some of those same issues. So we looked at those 3 sectors. The schools that we chose to participate in the site study was based in part on graduation rates, their cohort default rates, their borrower rate, how much, what percentage of the people actually borrow, and then also their debt to income ratios. So what we did is we went to these schools and we interviewed people in the financial aid office, in particular those responsible for loan counseling. We also talked to academic advisors and also the career guidance counselors. And we also talked to student services. So that's the methodology for the qualitative. For the quantitative, what we were trying to accomplish here is build the debt-to-income ratios by major and occupation. And we wanted to also assess the financial boost one gets in pursuing a higher level of education. And we were trying to have a more in-depth, nuanced understanding of the return on investment of, pursuing a higher level. So to do this, we're using federal data. So the debt was coming from NIPSAS, which is National Post-Secondary Student Aid Study, and also Baccalaureate and Beyond. The earnings came from the B&B study. That's the initial earnings. So we really looked at debt in 2 different ways, the initial and then some sort of proxy for lifetime earnings. That came from the Census Bureau, their American Community Survey, or I think that's it. That's what's on the slide, so it must be. So those were the 2 methodologies. Let's look at what we learned from what we learned about the counseling messages. So there were basically 5 messages that these schools were conveying to their students. One, that it's a loan and it has to be repaid. This seems pretty basic to me. I was expecting a whole lot more sophisticated, nuanced, but you got to start with the fundamentals. And so that was an important thing to convey. As someone gets a financial aid award letter, they need to know that, different programs have different, strings attached to them. The second message was the importance of balanced borrowing. By that term, what a lot of the schools were really emphasizing was, at least for certain students, tried to be more careful in the amount that you borrowed. So in general, it was discouraging some people from borrowing as much as they might. That seemed to be the emphasis, but it wasn't exclusive, because in other cases, especially for people who the schools felt it was important to try to graduate on time, sometimes they would encourage people to, take out more than they might have. Maybe they were instead trying to work full-time and attend part-time, and that was really slowing their academic progress. So sometimes the schools would emphasize that. But typically when they used that phrase, balanced borrowing, it was more to discourage borrowing. The third message was the importance of graduating on time. So this, of course, really is an effective way to reduce your higher education costs if you can complete as quickly as possible. It also minimizes your amount of time that you're not actually out there in the workforce earning. So they had a lot of messages to try to keep the students focused and try to help them arrange their courses in a way that allow them to graduate on time. The fourth was choose a major, and when they encourage people to choose their major, it was based on their passion. That seemed, this is mostly the academic advisors, and they really had an ethos to, pursue your dream, and to do this, they tend to emphasize the use of tools and classes to better understand sort of your personality and your likes and dislikes and stuff like that. That was the focus. The fifth main counseling message was to plan your career early and have a backup, which I thought was pretty, savvy. Get people thinking about, what's the next step and what sort of courses do you need to take to get you there, and to have a backup. To think, okay, if your first choice doesn't work out, what else are you prepared to do, and have a strategy for that. So that seemed to be the main messages we were getting. And so these are all real important messages. In listening to them, we also picked up on a few insights. So one is that there was minimal integration of the messages from the loan counseling, the academic advising, and the career center. And these are typically housed in different organizational units, and those units had different missions. They're staffed in different ways with different backgrounds and cultures. The other thing that we picked up is that there's the schools are under a lot of pressure, and you all know this better than most anybody. And so they're under real pressure to minimize the face time that you have with students. And they really feel this, and they really feel that's a threat to good service to the borrowers. And they seem to have a high degree of concern about the budgetary pressures and their ability to do their job effectively. There was also a growing interest in financial literacy, and what seemed to be, if you read between the lines, I think what a lot of that was, schools have real concerns, at least about certain students and their ability to repay their loans. And they kind of have an idea, just knowing them, and I think it represents a growing concern about the student's ability to repay. And so they are turning to financial literacy to try to give those students, and maybe all their students if they can afford it or make that available, so that they can better make wiser financial decisions. And so that seemed to be a trend, that a lot of people were really emphasizing financial literacy. The other thing that we picked up is that the level of urgency really changed or was different based on school sector, and in particular the community colleges had the greater sense of urgency about their students and ability to repay their loans. So that was something that we really picked up. So let's see what's next here. Okay, so before we move into the ratios, which Carla will cover, I want to talk a little bit more about higher education and the earnings outcomes. So this is a chart that a lot of people are familiar with. It shows that the more you learn, the more you earn. And we've probably seen this in various ways, a million times. And in fact, $1 million is a key figure because this is where a lot of people get the $1 million benefit over lifetime earnings of getting a bachelor degree over a high school degree. So this is where it comes from. This represents the median earnings for these various levels of higher education. Let's see. So it's developed an iconic status. It's something that everybody points to, from outreach counselors to college recruiters, higher education policy advocates. They all turn to this. And they do it in a way that often conveys to students that it almost comes across as a promise. And that can have real serious implications because, we all know what a meeting is. Half do better and half do worse. And if I was a borrower, if I was a student, I'm going to be real interested in that half do worse part. And, that sense of variance is not really typically covered when people refer to this chart. So what we did in this report is try to give a sense for that variation. And so this is the variation when you look at the 75 and 25% quartiles, there. So what you see is that the more you learn, the more you often earn. It's not always the case because you see that the bands overlap. And so that can be a real serious issue if you're considering moving to a higher level of education, because it implies that you're not necessarily going to earn more if you do that. Now, in general, the tendency is that you will, but it underscores the importance of knowing what these potential outcomes might be. And I think it's important that students have a better sense for that return on investment. And I would encourage schools to try to do more to convey the importance of that variance. What you also see is that the more you learn, the variance grows wider. And so that uncertainty of what that outcome will be is greater. And that's a real concern for people who are risk averse or risk averse to borrowing. So if you're real unsure how you're going to turn out and you see this huge variance, you're likely to just assume the worst. And so what we tried to do in this report and what we're trying to do in the development of a debt to income by major query tool is to reduce that uncertainty, is to try to give them a better idea based on, because a lot of the variance is based on what kind of major you choose and what occupation you go into afterwards. So if we can give them a better sense of what their likely outcomes would be, then I think they can make more informed decisions. And so that's what we're trying to do in this report. And I think at this point, I'll hand it off to Carla.
Are we going to have opportunity to ask you questions after
Sure.
you're done? Okay.
Oh, of course, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Hello, morning. I'm Carla Fletcher at TG. I'm going to go through about a half a dozen tables, so if anyone can't see, now might be the time to move. Okay, so moving on from that last slide that Jeff just went over, the first step to understanding likely financial outcomes is to drill down into majors. So on this table, you can see there's broad major categories that we're using, and this comes from the National Center for Education Statistics Baccalaureate and Beyond study. And they group it into these broad categories. To drill down deeper, later we're going to go into census data. So from the B&B study, the income that's being used is starting salary because they go 1 year out from school. So we can get a look at their starting salaries. And that's an important time frame because that's when they're also starting repayment. So that's really an important time for students to get off, for borrowers to get off on the right foot with their employment, so they can get in good repayment and start making a dent in their loans. So you can see from the chart that the monthly student loan payment is relatively the same across the major categories. It only varies a little bit from $227 to $265. So with the loan limit set in statute, it looks like students apparently borrow pretty much the same amount across the major categories. So what's really driving the differences in the debt to income ratios is the income. You can see their starting salaries, their monthly income varies quite a bit from engineering to humanities. And some analysts believe that borrowers should pay no more than 10 to 15% of their monthly income on loans. So you can see in the debt to income ratios, there's only 2 major categories that fall below that 10 to 15%. And then the rest are in that sort of starting to be a problem. And then one, humanities, is even beyond that at 18%. And so they're probably really starting to feel a burden.
10 to 15% on net income or gross income?
Net income, I believe, is what we've heard, although that's a pretty broad figure, so it's probably been used in different ways. So because the ratios are driven by the amount of money a student makes in their first job after graduation, it's really important for students to put consideration into what they're going to do with that major. Now, we're going to go more deeply into specific majors, and to do that, we are going to move on to the census data, and there are 170 majors in the census data, so we're going to focus on just the top 10. So we're not here all day long. So these are the top 10 most popular bachelor-level majors in Texas. In the American Community Survey that Jeff mentioned, they've been asking for years and years about education level, but in the past couple years they've added a question asking for those who have a bachelor's degree, what was your major? And so that opens up, unfortunately it's just for bachelors, but it opens up this whole range of data that we can now analyze and get a lot of information from. So the most popular major in Texas is business management and administration at about 9%. And that's also the same in the U.S. Also at about, I think it's 8% in the U.S. And computer science down at number 10 is at 2.3%. So you can see, below that is 160 or so majors that comprise less than 2.3%. So it's a really broad field of majors. So when you're looking at accounting and elementary education and nursing, and you're thinking about an occupation that those students might go into, those are pretty easy to, nursing students are probably going to go into nursing. That's why they're in that. But thinking about business management and administration, there's no one occupation that really seems like that's the one that's mostly tied to that major.
Carla, can I interrupt again?
Yes.
Is this mid-career earnings or first year out of school?
Thank you for reminding me. This is census data, so this is no longer starting salary. This is anyone who responded to the survey who has this as a bachelor major, so it's more like a mid-career average lifetime type earnings. So it's going to be higher than starting salary. So when students are majoring in something like business management and administration, they might be going into it because they have a particular occupation in mind. They might be going into it because they think that business majors make a lot of money, or who knows what. But what you do with that major, what occupation you go into, can really make a difference in your income and your debt to income ratio. So especially with this most popular major, you can see that the top occupations are really varied. The first one, accountants and auditors, only account for 6% of those majors. So it's really a long list for them, and it's also quite varied in the income. The marketing and sales managers are making $93,000. Retail salespersons are making $35,000. Well, they didn't make the top 10. So it's more than just selecting your major. It's also about the occupation you're going to go into with that major. That's going to make a big difference for your debt-to-income ratios. Now, on the loan payment, it's all the same across the board. We used the average loan amount that came from B&B for that particular major category, and then just made the assumption that anyone who majored in business management and administration had the same amount regardless of which occupation they went into. So we kept that the same. So the debt-to-income ratios, you can see they're all below 10%, which is good. Although retail salespersons might be starting to feel the hit a little at 9%, but it does make a difference what occupation you go into for sure. So before we drill down to the financial boosts that you can receive from higher education, let's look at another benefit of higher levels of education, and that is employment. Now, this is not news at all, but the higher your education, the more likely you are to be employed. So it's just another thing that people who are considering higher education need to keep in mind. Now, these numbers are from the 2010 American Community Survey, so the percentages might be a little bit different, but it's going to be the same pattern. And nationwide, the figures are a little bit higher at each level, but it's still the same pattern. So let's start in on the financial boosts from an occupational perspective. So this looks at, these are a handful of occupations that are common for people with associate degrees. And we're looking at the income at the high school level, the associate level, and the baccalaureate level, and looking at the boosts that they may receive from that. So we put the one at the top, diagnostic-related technicians. It was sort of a data anomaly, and we just thought we'd highlight that just as a point of interest. Shows that diagnostic-related technicians with their highest level of education as a high school diploma make $52,000, which is good. And they get a 7% boost for getting an associate degree, and then they get punished for getting a bachelor's degree, which is likely not the case. There's probably a couple of different things that might be going on. Maybe educational requirements for that position have increased over the years, and so the people who have the lower levels of education have been in the occupation for a long time, and the ones with higher levels are new to the occupation. Or maybe the educational requirements are low, and those who have the higher levels of education are only in there temporarily before they move on to their career. So we don't know exactly what's going on, but that was just sort of an interesting data anomaly. You can see from the other ones in the table that that's really what we see with the rest of the data, is that you get a boost from high school to associate, and then you get a big boost from associate to bachelor's. So it's pretty much always a good idea to get a higher level of education financially. So that's for the associate to bachelor's. Let's look at bachelor's to graduate. Oops. Now, we're going to compare the first two. Registered nurses, the second one on the list, they get a really nice boost for getting their graduate degree, 22%. The elementary and middle school teachers get just a 9% boost from $45,000 to $49,000. And we're going to look at this next table here to go a little more in depth into that particular boost for that group of teachers. So you can see that their bachelor's degree debt-to-income ratio is 7%, and then their master's degree debt-to-income ratio is 16%, which does not sound good. But an elementary school teacher with a master's degree, they'll make about $4,000 more after taxes than one with a bachelor's degree. The estimated student loan amount for graduate school is $25,000, so that's the figure that we used. And if we use that, then their estimated yearly student loan payment would be an additional $3,500, which means that during that 10-year repayment period, they're gaining about $8,500. So they're making more money during the repayment period, although not a lot more. But then outside of that repayment period, through the rest of their career, they're going to gain almost $140,000. So while that 16% debt to income ratio sounds really bad, if they can get through the repayment period and make all of their loan payments and not go into default or anything, then they really do gain from that graduate degree, even if on the surface it doesn't seem like the best idea. And if you can lower the cost of your graduate degree through part-time work study, fellowships, grants, or a strict budget or whatnot, then it's so much the better for your financial outcomes. So we think that this kind of analysis is really helpful for students to understand what they should consider when they're taking out a loan, what they should consider when they're going for higher levels of education, as long as they know, basically what they want to do. If they know what their major is going to be, if they know what kind of occupation they want, then they can look at this kind of analysis. We go a little more into this in our paper, but obviously there's a lot of occupation major combinations. So we're really going to go into this kind of thing in the tool that we would like to build, that we are building currently. So based on our quantitative and our qualitative analysis for this study, we developed a few recommendations, and Jeff is going to finish this up.
So I think one of the things that's really underscored in the analysis Carla just went through is when you look at lifetime earnings, pursuing a higher level of education almost always works out. The problem is the initial earnings. And so that's one important thing I think we take from this is the importance of getting that first job. And I think that's something that comes out from the data. So our recommendations, we have a few. The first is it's important to employ a campus-wide approach when you're doing counseling and if you want to impact the ability of students to repay their loans. It's not just the financial aid office. It's really, I think this paper really emphasizes that it's also the academic advisors and the career centers in particular. Then the importance of integrating the student loan counseling messages between those three offices. I think that comes out that understanding the return on investment really involves pieces of those three different offices, and those messages need to be better coordinated. The third is, you got into the weeds real quickly with this. You go into the majors, there's, gobs of them, and then for each major, there's a gob of occupations. So the individual choices of your students it's a very personal thing, and it's individual, and I think it underscores the importance of that counseling, customized counseling for the borrowers, and students in general, too. So I think that came out. We encourage the practice of intrusive counseling. So the schools have the ability, because they have the data, to have a pretty decent idea of which students may have struggled repaying their loans. And I think what we show is that it really matters what major you choose and what career you're likely to go into. And so because of that, you can assess who are those most at risk. And those may be people that you have to go out of your way to try to counsel. Because of how many majors and how many occupations, this kind of thing, you really do need a tool that helps you do this, because it just gets real complicated otherwise. So that's what we're doing right now. We're in the process of building this tool. I'm not sure exactly when it's going to get done, but it should be in 2-3 months, something like that. And then also the importance of financial literacy training. So I think those are our key recommendations. We also have a little further research. So build a tool, which I referred to. Also, I think it would be important to refine this analysis using data from the coordinating board and from Texas Workforce Commission. I think there's a lot of opportunities there if we can sort of work that out. Knowing the average debt by major would go a long way towards that. So we hope to try to move in that direction. And we also want to do a report on schools do a variety of ways of try to lower defaults and try to keep their students in repayment. And I think what we would like to do in the coming year is better assess the efficacy of those various strategies to better understand, does this work or how much does it work? And I think that would be something helpful for the, student aid community. So those are our recommendations. So in this report, we try to be real careful. It's not like we're trying to steer people away from low-paying things, but it's better to know that up front going into it than after you've incurred a whole lot of debt. And that's what we're encouraging, to make people have informed. And if they have a better understanding of what kind of lifestyle they can expect afterwards. And I think that's important. Also, some of these people, are probably more likely than other students to be eligible for certain types of repayment plans. So IBR, is one example. That's what we're trying to do. The paper should be coming out very shortly, within like a week or so. We're looking forward to, having people respond and react. So,
Jeff, do you mind if we share your slides with the committee and or people in the audience who are tuned in?
Oh, sure. No, that's fine.
Thank you.
Jeff, on the query tool, will this be for the students to use or for the colleges to use? Do you have an idea of what you're talking about?
Yeah, ideally both.
Both, okay.
Yeah, and high school counselors as well. So both. We're hoping.
I think it's a great idea.
Yeah,
because sometimes at the community college, we're getting students that have flunked out from the other universities, and they've already incurred, $25,000, $30,000. They're coming to a community college, and they're going for a small engine repair or something like that, and it's like, really.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a good tool. Or will be.
Great.
I've never worked at the college level, so I have a very distant view of what you're talking about. But the rumor I've heard is that it's really hard to get a student to understand that this is a loan and not a grant. And you're talking about a much more sophisticated level of knowledge of the implications of a loan versus a grant. And I'm curious with the college folk, is it realistic? I think this sounds like it is absolutely what needs to be done. And financial literacy is something that is vital to everyone, including middle school parents and going on up. But how do you make this happen?
They don't think loans are financial aid. That's kind of what they tell you. Oh, no, I'm not getting financial aid. I'm getting a loan. So how do we make it happen? We've been telling them forever. That's part of what we tell them, but I guess there's a filter in some of this in terms of what they understand. We are really trying to be more proactive now too, but it's a constant problem.
Yeah, I would not agree. I think most students, at least at my institution and what I've come across, when they see the word loan, they know a loan. In fact, if I hear anything, it's, do I have to repay the grant?
Okay. And I think one interesting thing is, like, we have two times where loan counseling is required, where you have at entrance. And so you do that like real early on. And that's the last thing students are thinking about. They're trying to figure out, where do I get food? Oh my gosh, did you see that woman? Their mind's not really there. And the other is at the time of exit, So the problem there is, okay, at entrance, your mind's not there. At exit, your body's not there. So the people who really need the counseling, have already left. And so I think one implication of this study is it suggests that an important time to regroup and have this counseling message is when they're choosing their major. And I think that is a critical time to let them better understand the implications of that decision.
So, Jeff, have you talked to Susan Brown or McGregor Stevenson? Because they're doing almost, from what I understand, very similar type of analysis with Workforce Commission and coordinating board data. You might want to engage.
Are they looking at the debt? I know they've looked at earnings.
Yes, they're looking at debt.
Okay. I've been asking the coordinating board for that information.
Call back, because I know that they're working on it right now.
Okay. Well, that's good. Yeah, thanks.
Jeff, are you interested in doing the similar research based on gainful employment programs specifically?
I'm focusing on vocational programs.
Well, no, just certificate programs. I mean, we're a health science center, and we have 5 programs that are considered gainful employment. Mm-hmm. I'd like the information to give it to David Bergeron and say, see, my students really don't increase their default rate by going to these programs.
Yeah, I think that's something we're trying to incorporate. I know the coordinating board has some real useful reports that break it out by degree and certificate. And so that is, that's something we would like to do. And it has level of education also. So that's something we're trying to incorporate into the tool.
Jeff, any particular, from your viewpoint, any particular statewide policy implications to what your data, what your research is suggesting?
Yeah, I think the importance of counseling, and as schools are facing budgetary pressures, don't skimp on that. I think that's important. There's definitely federal implications and state, to the extent people are borrowing from state programs, and that to the extent you can make wiser decisions, that allows you to be more likely to repay your loans and less default. Seems like, excuse me, those are the 2 major.
And what are your recommendations to provide this information for people outside of financial aid, like the academic advisors and
how to get the information out about the availability? We're hoping to make proposals to conferences where they may attend. That's an area that TG hasn't always been as present as the financial aid forums. But it's something that we would like to do. And if you all have connections or suggestions, we're very open to that. Because, it's not just a financial aid message, it's those other offices as well.
I think that's a good idea, because I think as we are going around, with the new SAP policies, the different, we're telling our, faculty, staff about these things. But I think if they hear it in their professional organizations, it can only just, be an added plus for the message we're trying to convey.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
I was going to comment that what I've usually seen is that the first time seniors take the word financial aid seriously is when they are a senior. And a lot of the times it's just to navigate through the system of filling out the FAFSA, not necessarily knowing everything that it encompasses and the loan debt. And Jane had a point that it needs to move down even the middle school. The problem when we have is that our middle school counselors do not have the expertise that perhaps the high school counselors, because they work on it. I guess another thing I was going to say is that the TACRO, when they do University Day in South Texas, and they travel throughout, and all the seniors are usually, work through that, and it is the seniors, and they are talking financial aid. I don't know if the presence of TG in those situations where students can actually start hearing about this. I think it's a great tool. I think it's just something that, and then it's difficult because I know in our district, because I'm from South Texas, and we are the largest district in South Texas, and a lot of our students are poor, so that's not something they're going to hear a lot of, and so the more exposure, the most venues that they can hear about something that's so important as this, especially as to their aspirations and what that, financial, what it will do for them financially. So,
yeah, I should mention that we have been in communication with, I guess, the publishers of newsletter that goes to high school counselors. The name escapes me, but there's going to be an article there that will go to Texas counselors and I think 2 or 3 other states as well. So that is our intent, to try to get the word out. And this report was done in part through our council on, does anybody know the name of that council? Council on the Management of Student Financial, yeah. But anyway, that group is also, that's under Jacob, and Jacob has college outreach under his. And so I'm sure he'll be incorporating that message as they help facilitate those kind of discussions on campus nights and different things like that.
Jeff, Drew Sheberly with the Austin Chamber of Commerce, that group has for a number of years had a program where they went out to, I believe, high school or perhaps middle schools and interacted with students where they set up a scenario as you're going to be earning $2,000 a year, and then they start saying, "Oh, you want to eat, so we need to take that," and you don't want to live at home, and so you take that out, and that I saw that presented, and it's he said it's extremely good at engaging the students in the reality of what they're talking about. And what you're talking about is an obvious component of that, and it might be worth your while to contact them. If they're still doing that, that might enrich what they do with the students if student indebtedness were added to their curriculum.
And that's a great suggestion. And I think, recently, as part of TG's public benefit research grants, we funded a study that just was completed last week, I think, on the importance of when you're conveying financial literacy information to incorporate it in like video games and stuff like that. And so they just published a report talking about how effective that is. So being able to do those kind of role playing, I think, is very important.
Speaking to your suggestion about the chamber, that group and the committee is, I think, attempting to work with the state to get financial aid, FAFSA, and the issues related to that mandated into the curriculum in high school economics. So
Great.
It might be ability to become part of high school training.
Yeah, that would be great.
A lot of the districts have Advice Texas, college advisors have Go Centers. If actually they could get their hands on a very simplified PowerPoint that they could actually share with students, that would also help get that information out.
Okay, I'm sure we can do that.
Dan, I'm curious, you mentioned that similar work was being done here at the coordinating board. Was there a particular question that they were trying to answer with that, or something they were looking at related to it?
I just know a little bit, and based on the little bit I know, it looks like they're doing exactly the same thing that you're doing.
Okay, that's great. That's encouraging.
Well, I don't know. I think that's probably not great because you're already doing it. So I think we probably have overlapping efforts. My guess is that we're going to end up getting the same data that you're looking at and coming to the same conclusions that you're coming to. We need to reconcile the work that's currently being done. I think the Policy Institute is also, Lee Holcomb's group is also looking at it. So.
Yeah, and I've definitely talked to Lee, prior to, starting the study. Sure. So he knew we were heading in that direction too. And I think everybody agrees that's sort of an important issue right now.
Absolutely.
One other observation I would make is, as a liberal arts humanities major in Russian, who had no idea what she wanted to do as a career, I really lucked out.
Yeah.
Looking at the statistics that I'm lucky.
Well, one of the liberal arts majors that had the lowest bachelor, for those who just have bachelors, is political science, which is my major. But it had one of the biggest boosts if you go to grad school, which is what I did. But yeah, it's you find some interesting things when you dig into this.
I was going to say, Jane, Russian is very much like financial aid at times. So.
Yes, I noticed that.
I'm just curious from the standpoint of schools here, is anybody doing anything on your campuses already that try to address this issue, or is this kind of new information in some respects? I mean, we probably knew it intuitively, but is there anything that any schools are doing that address the concerns that are raised in the report?
One of the things that we're getting ready to start is we recognize, because we cannot do in-person entrance and exit interviews at our campus. It's just too big. So our thought is that we're going to try to identify maybe some cohorts that are going to run into trouble or have issues and do like a modified entrance counseling with them during their time. So looking at the kids that aren't making SAP, should we hit them, if they turn in an appeal and we approve that appeal, should we make them go through some additional counseling? Because ultimately, if they're not making SAP, they're going to borrow more money because it takes them longer to graduate. And then maybe looking at those kids that are getting ready to change their major for the second time, those are the ones that wind up taking longer, going to borrow more. Students that are getting to a point where they're running out of their aggregate limit. So we're going to try to address be a little bit more proactive with the problem children and do a little bit more counseling with them. We haven't figured out exactly what we're going to do yet, but that's our plan for the next few years, is to come up with some ways to catch those students.
And I would say that's almost exactly what we're doing, incorporating it with SAP, and we've increased our institutional SAP policies, raising the bar dramatically, and then those individuals requiring more of them counseling, working with their academic advisors, tools like this, et cetera.
And at UNT, we're doing two different things. At the point that a student accepts their financial aid awards, we do have a page that comes up that tells them their aggregate limits, loan limits, federal and state. And we ask them, are you sure you want to go ahead and accept the loan? In addition to that, we also are having them go through loan management counseling. And even if it's, we know it's not required for our continuing students, but we are having them do it annually. And we have not had any major complaints since we've been doing it.
And Texas A&M, Joe knows this, but you couldn't keep me quiet all day, could you? We instituted this past summer, we have a worksheet. So any student who comes in for anything to our office, to our front desk, to see a counselor about SAP, just for any general appointments, counselor of the day, we bring up student loan debt to them. We have a worksheet. We work with them to talk about their student loan debt and where they are currently. In addition, we instituted something similar that UNT just mentioned, where now when a student accepts their loan, even if it's a new loan during the board year, anytime we make an adjustment, we are ensuring that they know what their aggregate debt is at this point in time and what their average monthly payment would be on their federal loans. So we are working with them and beginning to talk to the data analyst in my office to try to somewhat look at our high-risk students again, in the sense of we kind of know who we think these students would be and what the category, but pinpointing them for anything additional we can do to assist those students.
It sounds to me like one of the issues that would play into this is the accessibility of data about indebtedness for counselors and people who are doing career counseling and or advising. And I don't know how you get around or you handle FERPA in identifying students who are risky, at risk and so forth. That's got to be one of the more complicated aspects of trying to spread this so that it's more than the financial aid office trying to do this kind of work.
Any other comments or questions? Anything from either the audience or the committee that you think the Financial Aid Advisory Committee ought to address related to this, or is this just good information for us to consider?
I just have one comment, that in my opinion, the vast majority of students do not take out student loans because they are frivolous. They take it out because they have to. And so I get this over kind of feeling from this that there's a sense of you don't really need it or something like that. The conversation. And the retort is, give me more grants and I won't have this issue. So I don't know.
I didn't mean to.
No, I don't mean you personally, but it's just, you know what I'm saying?
Well, I think it
we
depends
are not
what
providing
school
enough
you're
grant
at.
money for our students, and this is the inevitable outcome.
Yeah, I just think it depends on what school, and your cost. It just, I think some students, do need it. I totally agree, even at a community college. But then, what we found is like we had some students that we were offering them the 3,500 sub and 4,000 unsub. Well, because 4,000 was more, they were taking the 4,000 unsub and not accepting the 3,500 sub. So, it depends on what school and, the student themselves. But, I don't think it's totally that they all need it.
Yeah, what we're trying to emphasize is it's not just how much you're borrowing, but also it's very, very important to understand what the expected earnings are. And that's something that really is within the power of the student to control, depending on how they go about their higher education. As Carla mentioned, the amount people end up borrowing is roughly very, very similar. It's whatever the allowable amount is. The real variation is the earnings. And we're just trying to get people focused a little bit more on the earnings part of it and understand, the implication of that investment.
I saw another research study here recently that also talked about the awareness of students on the amount of debt that they have. So the vast majority of students understand that they have a loan, but there is a lack of awareness on just the aggregate debt that the student has accrued and what it really means for them in terms of the implications in terms of repayment. So I think that's one of the big challenges, and the shopping sheet in some respects gets at trying to address that.
I'm curious with North Texas and A&M, your experience now that you're presenting the aggregate debt to them, or have you seen them change a decision and decline things or change majors?
I can't tell you that we really looked at it in that sense to look at what they're doing at this point. Or I haven't been on the phones lately, so I don't think it's something that's come up where the students are like, whoa. We're just trying to do anything and everything because, as Jeff mentioned earlier, there's 2 points usually that you contact them now and tell them about loans. And that's in the time they're doing entrance, which we do ours online. And even though we have a presentation at new student conferences, I can tell you as a parent experienced that a couple of years ago, there are a million things going through your mind at new student conference from a parent's perspective and a student. So they're not listening to what you're saying usually about student loans, and then they want to go through counseling because they just want to get it done to get their money. And then we hit them again at exit. So I really felt like we're not doing enough, regardless if our default rate is low or not, to remind students that they have student loan debt and they'll have to pay them back. The other complicated thing is, in this whole thing, is they have federal Stafford loans, direct loans, they have alternative loans, they have state loans, and the complexity and the confusion for them and getting these things all together, because we can't really present sometimes an accurate picture for all students all the time in given places. I worked with a student just recently who graduated and had federal direct loans, he had FFELP loans, and he had alternative loans. And working with him and his lenders and trying to get the holders and straighten out, all these payments that he's making separate payments because one alternative loan's paid one place, one's paid the other, but you can pay them both online. They go to the right place. Just listening to the person trying to explain it to him, I can understand why students would be confused when it's time for them to figure out what they need to do. They don't typically turn to the schools a lot on repayment, but we have to do a better job of guiding them and going into repayment. And that normally has not been our role. It really has not been our role. We're like, okay, well, here's where you need to go. But I can understand from a student standpoint of what they're facing and trying to get it all together to make smart decisions on what they should do. So I can't tell you right now that I've seen a big difference or change in borrowing habits.
I wouldn't expect it. Yeah. And that's the same
but
here.
We're hoping
Right.
that it is clicking with some. I mean,
Yes.
off the charts on this right quick, but I talked to someone when I was at NASFA, happened to sit by somebody at a restaurant who went to school out of state, got her degree, PhD, and so forth, and she found out I was in financial aid, and she started talking about student loans. And she told me when she was sitting there, she goes, I probably could have borrowed more wisely and not lived at the budgetary means I was, and I would have had a lot less money to pay back, but I really wasn't thinking about it. And some students are in that same case. The $4,000 or more, I want $4. I need it all. And I think budgeting and financial literacy play a large part to keep them on track.
Jeff, I'm hoping Joe's going to break for lunch here just any minute now, but I guess the next logical step in all of this is we charge students the same amount of money for a BA degree in Russian as we do to get a Bachelor of Science degree, for the most part, in a potentially higher wage earning position. So it's really not you really can't, that's a pretty dramatic step to say everybody's being charged the same amount of money regardless of what degree they're getting, and yet, wow, look at all these great things you're going to realize if you get a Bachelor of Science degree in computer science. So there's a tuition and fee discussion here that clearly should happen or ought to happen, that I guess it's going to be an interesting dialogue with the institutions of the fact that perhaps we shouldn't charge a BA in Russian the same amount that we charge a Bachelor of Science in Engineering or computer science.
Yeah, and
or a BA in philosophy.
Now, are those professors going to be wanting to be paid differently as well?
They are paid.
Well, you can't. It's difficult though if you're going to do an earnings based on degree to go backwards and say we're charging everybody the same amount of tuition. You can't do that.
Yeah. One interesting thing that we learned in this is that a lot of the students who go into engineering and STEM, those sorts of things, that tends to be where a lot of money is for scholarships. So people donating to schools, they tend to donate to people who build stuff, and
so it's even cheaper for them to
and
get
so
a
it's
degree?
even cheaper for them.
Why is that?
Because that's where the donors want to direct the money. But I found that very interesting. The people who could most afford to pay more based on what their expected earnings would be are the ones who actually pay less.
I love anyway.
Well, with that, Jeff, we want to thank you for the presentation. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
And with that, we will break for lunch until 1 o'clock.
World, other than the fact that the Student Grants and Special Programs actually has its own section within our appropriation pattern. So Jane's group and Lisa Mahler's group and loan repayment programs are called out with a specific strategy within our appropriation. The other major change that was made, we used to have all of the major state programs within one particular strategy called student financial aid. Now each particular program has its own line item within our B strategy. So Texas Grant has its own line item, TEG, TEOG, work study, and be on time. That probably people can make the case that that's good and bad. I think typically the first request we always got from everybody was, how do you break out the single line item into the components? And then within the writer language, previously all the components were broken out anyway. So this just merely puts them in the appropriation as they are appropriated. So it makes it a lot easier, I think, for people to see exactly how much money is going to each particular program. Specific to the numbers, our instructions this year were to craft a baseline budget based on our 12-13 budget. So we kind of started with our current operating budgets that we're currently managing. So the financial aid strategy was essentially locked into place into what is currently our 12-13 appropriations for general revenue dedicated. And then the instructions were to put forward 5% reduction options for consideration should the appropriators determine that we need to take budget cuts. I just did some real quick calculations. The student financial aid is about $940 million-ish dollars out of our $1.05 billion coordinating board budget. So student financial aid is 95% of our operating budget. So when we get instructions to take 5 and 10% cuts, student financial aid gets cut a little bit, which we don't like to do, but it's something that we can't get to our dollar figure totals unless we cut financial aid in some form or fashion. Strategically, the commissioner and the board tries to preserve financial aid as much as possible, so we tend to put any cuts that we have to make, we put them at the second option, and we try to limit them as much as possible. So I think our LAR proposal was posted on our website last week during the board meeting. If it's not posted, I'll make sure that everybody gets a copy of it. There's a 5-page summary of what the proposal or what our baseline request is, as well as the reductions. And there's a fairly lengthy summary document for each particular strategy that's got more detailed information. So not to bore you with the dollar figures, but our baseline request essentially preserves TEG in its current baseline funding. We are recommending to break out Texas Grant and TEOG into 2 separate programs, one for university students, one for community college students. So we've taken a fair amount of Texas Grant money that had previously gone to community college students and put those funds into TEOG. So there's essentially hold harmless is not the right word. There's keeping the community college students whole with regard to Texas Grant TEOG, and now it's all just going to be in TEOG. The set-asides that are being created from Beyond Time, we were required to retain that exact dollar figure in our baseline request, so that's $80.6 million. Trying to think. The only other major significant change is reducing the amount that's appropriated, our request for appropriations for the top 10% scholarship program. We're essentially going to fund renewal students, and with the intention ultimately of phasing that program out in order to put that money into Texas Grant and TEOG. So we essentially tried to re-divvy up the financial aid dollars and support the major programs, and then have the kind of the peripheral programs not be less important. I will stop there and answer any questions anybody has before we get into kind of programmatic changes that we are contemplating.
Dan, where does this go from here?
We submit our LAR by August the 9th, so next week. Is that next week? Our LAR hearing is tentatively scheduled for September 24th. It's now tentatively scheduled for 10 o'clock in the morning, and it's tentatively scheduled for a TBD location at this point. Not quite sure where it's going to be. From there, the House and the Senate both craft budgets. We'll get in our financial aid database, as Jane talked about previously. They'll ask us 100 different questions from 100 different angles, and we'll provide as much information as we can. And then ultimately, budgets get crafted. They go before the session begins. Does that help? Mm-hmm. Any questions on the dollars? I can go into the dollars, but it's not terribly exciting.
What was the overall recommendation for reduction in Texas Grant?
The reductions ended up being in the second 5% reduction. It was 5.75% for Texas Grant, TEG, and TEOG. All three of them essentially took the exact same reduction amount. We did not reduce work study. And because of the adjustments that we made in the baseline request, we didn't make any other reduction requests from any of the other programs, because they had essentially been reduced as part of our baseline. Okie doke. Now, I think in the handout, Jane, there's an 83rd Texas Legislative 2013 draft staff legislative proposals.
Everybody's a critic.
And the reviewer of that didn't catch that. So we presented at the board meeting. I know Joe was at the board meeting. Did anybody else hear the board meeting or was there? I know Carol was there. So we have a number of draft recommendations, and they're very draft at this point. And we've had a lot of dialogue over the last few months / last few years on looking at available resources and trying to figure out best uses of those funds. So I'll go through. Joe, do you want me to go through each one of these specifically? And then, okay. So specific to Texas Grant, we've had a lot of conversations most recently about figuring out ways to leverage the available funds that we have to reach more students, essentially, for lack of a better word. So ultimately, the question typically comes around of if you had $7,000, would you give and had two students left in your office, would you give two $3,500 grants, or would you give $7,000 to one and nothing to the other student? And most people usually answer, well, I'd rather give $3,500 to each of the two students. So as we look at our statutory language, it's not really, the program structure isn't facilitating to give two smaller awards necessarily. It's designed to give one big award. So we've digested down Texas Grant specifically into what's our student, how's our student population change, and what kind of behaviors are we trying to encourage. We're trying to encourage students to transfer from community college to a four-year institution. Well, Texas Grant is not very friendly to those types of students, so we have a lot of university students that don't have access to state grant aid. So we're trying to remedy that within the recommendations we're making. And then to put into code or put into statute this notion of a smaller award amount. The specifics of the smaller award amount, we're still open for discussion, and we have a proposal on the table of limiting the Texas Grant Award to being, where's my equation? Direct costs, so tuition fees and some kind of a book stipend minus Pell minus EOC is essentially going to be your maximum Texas Grant Award that can be made. Currently, it's the simple average tuition and fees. It's not the weighted average tuition and fees. Most data that's reported nationally weights tuition and fee calculations. So big schools that are expensive influence that average more than small schools with low tuition. Historically, we've used the simple average. We've had discussions this week about potentially using the weighted average, which would increase the direct cost by that much more because our most expensive schools also are our largest schools. But essentially that takes money away. You have to fund those students in some form. So you either have fewer students in the program or you have fewer students in the program, or you need more money. So those are things that are open for discussion. I think anybody, if you want to make a coherent or an incoherent argument one way or the other, we're happy to have a discussion.
I mean, I would just like for us to consider that it's not the average tuition and fees, that it's tuition and fees at the institution minus Pell, minus EFC, all that good stuff. Because some of us do have a little bit higher tuition and fees, so and it really depends on if there's going to be like another maximum besides just, you know what I'm saying? Is there going to be a max, like it's going to be average tuition and fees minus Pell minus EFC equals $6,000, but there's really a max of $5,000, so the most I can give him is $5,000. Is there going to be another?
Well, the notion of the max is that $6,000, and that, as you described it, or if you use the simple average, it's going to be $3,000. That will be the max. If you plug in simple average tuition and fees plus a book stipend for next year, for instance, it's $8,400. All right, so 84 minus Pell EFC's $5,600, so that's $2,800. That's going to be max Texas grant. If this were in place, it would be $2,800 in fiscal year 14.
Is that Pell the student receives, or just the Pell Grant maximum is subtracted?
No, it's
It would be Pell Grant that they receive.
The fact that you subtract out the EFC makes it almost to where it doesn't make a difference.
It actually, I'm tending that it doesn't. It actually doesn't make a difference, but
It'll make some difference because there's a cliff on the Pell. But
so one of the other recommendations on our exceptional item request is to put enough money into Texas Grant to eliminate the cliff for students at 4,000, to take that EFC up the range to the point that a 7,500 student would get a little bit of Texas Grant money. So
500 what, EFC?
a 7,500 EFC student would be eligible then to get a smaller Texas Grant.
Right, so
but
we're
they
changing
would be,
we're changing the demographics of who's going to receive Texas Grant too.
with the exceptional item request, of which it's $106 million. It's not an insubstantial amount.
I'm just saying, yeah. And I guess that the issue is, the whole EFC being included in that calculation. Those Pell eligible students are still pretty poor, so they're going to get less Texas Grant. Then what I would get, what my policy was is it's basically tuition and fees minus Pell equals Texas Grant. Why can't we just do that instead of including that EFC in there? But I guess if you're wanting to change the demographic with some non-Pell students who are going to get Texas Grant, you need the EFC in there?
I don't know that it's an intention to change the demographic. I think one of the charts I presented is looking kind of this backward-looking 10-year time period, looking at, academic charges for our neediest, so 0 EFC student, and then 0 to 4,000, 4,000 to 10,000. And the neediest students from a net tuition and fee standpoint aren't really any worse off in 2010 as they were in 2000. So we've been very good on average. Again, everything's on average. On average, we're pretty good about taking care of our neediest students, and they haven't really felt any negative impacts of tuition and fee increases over that 10-year time period. Not necessarily
covering their tuition and fees, they're not going to feel as big of an impact because we've had to cover it. So.
Well, and again,
that's a little bit different.
It's a good, that was hopefully I presented it as that was a good thing. The state has done a fairly good job of trying to mitigate tuition and fee increases for our lowest income students. Because of lack of funding, we've not been as successful with students in this next income level, which are middle income students.
Right, and I agree. I just think yes, I agree. I'm also still worried about those non-zero EFC kids because they're just about as poor as the zero EFC kids. We're not talking like this huge income change here, and so when you're including that EFC in that calculation of that max Texas grant, they are going to get less Texas grant than if we didn't include the EFC. So that's the only thing that I'm going to have to make up that difference for those low income students.
Well,
not because you're going to make me, but because I feel like I have to. So.
Well, again, I think at least I try to couch this as Texas Grant is a piece of a bigger puzzle that has a lot more money in other programs. Texas Grant, although it's fairly sizable for university students, it's still only, I think it was 16% when we did grant aid, university grant aid.
Sorry, I don't remember.
It's still a relatively, I mean, it's an important piece of the puzzle, but it's not the only piece of the puzzle. And we're not necessarily suggesting that other aid be eliminated. However,
it is a piece of a total pot of money, and so we still have to regroup and figure out,
there's always
pulling all
going
those
to be
resources.
regrouping and figuring out.
Yeah. So I'm just, that whole EFC. I've been saying that since you first came up with this, so I'm still on the same soapbox. I guess.
Well, eventually, and I think we among staff grapple with the fact that EFC at some point has to mean something, and I think in your analysis, though, it really doesn't mean anything in up until 4,000 or 5,000 or higher. But then I would argue, Lisa, that means something for a 10,000 student, just like a 5,000 student. I mean, there's the value there, and you have to start counting for it sometime. So you've determined that it doesn't really count until you reach a certain threshold. I would argue that it always has to count, or it wouldn't be there. Anyway, but that's a philosophical conversation.
If you used the weighted average of tuition and fees, what would that dollar amount be?
I think Sandy Baum had the figures that she used from College Board are weighted, and I think her figure for Texas was 8,200 or 8,400, something like that. I mean, it's more heavily weighted towards higher population campuses, and our higher population campuses are more expensive than lower population campuses. But again, it's just a matter of, I'm taking $1 from one campus student and shifting it over to another campus's student. That's just reconciling the fact that you have limited resources.
Coordinating Board's prior goal was set the $5,000 maximum, or encouraged us to use a $5,000 maximum for the purposes of trying to cover 50% of the new students. What percentage of the new students would have been covered if this was at 2,800?
100%. And this really follows, the research study that the Policy Institute is doing. It's looking at, is the state better off with holding back funds to fund upper division renewal students at the expense of incoming freshmen? Because the previous policy of the program is renewal students get first priority, and whatever money's left over, based on Jane's presentation she made earlier, goes to new students. Well, for many years, we didn't fund half of our incoming freshmen, and it became accepted that that was just the way the program worked. Well, the data suggests that isn't right. It's not right that that's how the program worked. If you're not going to fully fund it, which is part of the other piece of the puzzle, is if you're not going to fully fund something, you can't put constraints on it to the point that you disenfranchise half of your incoming freshmen. And I think that resonates with folks. Well, so it's not, we would prefer to have lots of money available to do these things, and we don't. So it's a matter of, given the amount of resources that the legislature is going to allow us to use, how can we most efficiently structure our program to influence and impact the most students as we possibly can? So I know one thing for certain: it's not leaving the statute alone, because it's not kind to the funding environment that we have, and it's not kind to transfer students. So once you start trying to influence those types of students, you have to essentially say, well, we need to kind of start over. I always tend to end up going back to TEG's model, which makes a lot of sense. But we're not quite there yet.
So if it funds 100%, then do you need to make any other changes to the program?
Well, you have to eliminate your requirement to make tuition and fee with grant aid. I think everybody agrees with that. I think we've digested everything down to the notion of capping the time frame that's available, and I think we've done that in a rational manner. That the Financial Aid Advisory Committee, when we met in April, I think it resonated with people that this 8 long semesters makes sense, provided you give a time period that allows people to have life happen to them and not be, eliminated from the program. So we're trying to make the changes as minimal as possible, and yet to have them be reflective of what the student population looks like.
But those changes, if you're funding 100%, then those changes become unnecessary. Not only that, then the priority model that was previously passed in the legislative session becomes a moot point.
We're going to try to fund 100%. I think maybe that's the answer to your question. If you go and say there's a Financial Aid Advisory Committee says we absolutely want to use weighted average tuition and fee, well, that's $1,000 times 70,000 students. So you got how much is that? 7 million or 70 million? 70 million. So I'm shifting $70 million out of redistributing $70 million, or I need to have an additional $70 million. Well, once you do that, then you don't fund 100%. You're back down to funding, 80%. And then within an 80% funding model, you have to have priority at that point. So those pieces do fit together, and I don't, these are all projections of projections that might happen 3 years from now. So there's, we have estimates on what's going to happen. I suspect we'll never be, full. We'll never have full funding, regardless of what full funding, how you define it.
Can I just get a clarification? 8 semesters or 5 years?
Or eight long semesters within a 5-year period, or I think I've used.
Well, I guess when I see 8 semesters or 5 years, then someone could take 5 years. Does that mean they get 10 semesters?
No. It's
still 8.
8 long semesters, 8 regular semesters.
Within a 5
Meaning summer's not included, right?
Meaning summer would not be included. Or prorated if I'm in a longer program that takes 135 hours. We can add a proration statement in there that's not.
So does that mean
negative for students?
So does that mean that student would have 9 semesters of eligibility, or 8 still, if it's prorated for a 135-hour degree program?
Well, I think it would be the craftily written one would all be flexible enough that it would accommodate that student for 9, and if I'm in a 5-year program, it would be 10, and so there's got to be some kind of a proration. But I don't want to, I don't want to be too prescriptive on the language, because then you get into.
That'll be really complicated if you have a student that changes programs.
So you'd rather not have the flexibility?
I didn't say I'd rather not have the flexibility. I'm just saying that's going to be a complicated thing to do. If you have a student that's an accounting major 4 years and then moves into engineering, which is now 5 years, then how are you going to calculate based on the number of hours they've already taken? Or, what are you going to do?
Change your major, you lose eligibility. Go
Works
from
for
a
me,
5-year program to a 4-year program, then in essence that person loses eligibility.
Yeah.
Well, I think, Harold, that kind of comment, though, I think that's exactly what we need to put down somewhere so that we can address it within, this comment was raised. We either have an answer for it or we don't have an answer for it, or the advisory committee noodled on it and said, you ever heard that one? Noodled?
Not recently. There is a show on reality TV about
it's fishing.
It's fishing, yeah.
It's a fishing? Oh, that's clearly
Catching
not.
catfish by hand is called noodling.
Big.
Oh.
Yeah. We're off subject.
In the banking community, it just means you've been thinking about something.
Okay.
Bankers don't fish for cat.
But I think, there's what we found, and Jane can talk to this better than I can, there's always exceptions that we have to manage, and I don't like to manage exceptions in statute. Our task is to make statute robust enough that it can allow institutions or the coordinating board to manage exceptions, but not to be prescriptive.
Yeah.
Anybody else have any concerns about the formula for how they make awards, direct cost minus Pell minus EFC, that Lisa's already raised?
Dan, I'm sorry, I was having a hard time following you. Could you talk a little bit about how we would set the direct costs in terms of tuition? You were talking about the weighted average tuition and the simple average tuition, and I'm trying to understand what that would mean.
So next year's maximum Texas grant is $7,400.
Yeah.
That is calculated on a simple average of our 38 institutions' average tuition and fee charges, estimated average tuition and fee charges. So, for lack of a better word, let's make it 7,500. So I have one that's 5,000, one that's 10,000. So the simple average is 7,500. Weighted average would say if I'm a campus that has 50,000 students at 10,000 and 1,000 students at 5,000, the weighted average would be much higher than 7,500, which is normally the way. And I have to go back to College Board. That's how College Board reports tuition and fees across the country.
So essentially, you still contemplate setting the coordinating board publishing some sort of statewide figure, and that being used for awarding Texas grants.
Essentially, rather than reporting in statute, here's the maximum Texas grant, it would be written in such a way that the Texas grant would be embedded in this particular formula calculation. I mean, we'd still have to run that calculation.
And you had mentioned opening up the Texas grant program to transfer students, but am I right to understand there's just nothing in here right now to reflect that? Or again, maybe I've missed something in one of the later pages.
Well, I'll send you a copy of my presentation from last week. It's in
Thank
there.
you. Okay. And then effective in the 2013-14 award year, would this also apply to renewal grants in that year? So students who might have been getting, say, a $5,000 Texas grant in the past might be dropped down to a $2,800 Texas grant for the rest of their time at the institution?
I guess I would like for the committee to voice an opinion about that.
I'm just trying to clarify that is within the realm of possibility in terms of what you all are thinking, right?
I think grandfathering previous program structure is always part of the discussion. I don't know, Carol probably knows that more than the rest of us do, but I don't like grandfathering because it's messy. I'd rather just go straight to whatever you're going to go to. But I think the reason that we have the committee and we're trying to get the structure in such a way that it's more responsive, this is something that if y'all could make a strong opinion one way or the other, and the board, I think, will listen to that.
I think the grandfathering issue has something to do with some AG's opinions, that you can't change the rules in the middle of somebody's academic career. And it was based on requirements in catalogs at the time you entered, and that has translated itself over into financial aid as well, that it's just not fair to suddenly change the rules in the middle of it. Yeah, well, you just did.
Right.
You just did.
A lot of it is just
I mean, it was difficult for our students to understand going from the maximum amount that we had to 5,000. And so that in itself was a shock, for students. So I can't imagine if we go from 5,000 to a much lesser amount for them. I think that will be another shock for them. Grandfathering in is what I would recommend.
In your packaging, when you have an award that had been at 7,000 go down to 3,500, in the high award amount, your additional resources were used for other students. And in this case, the 3,500 would be spread out among some of those students, so hopefully releasing some of the money you had been given to them so that could be stretched over the ones who are getting lower Texas grants. I mean, we're talking about one pot of money with various sources, that right now this is Texas grant and this is other things. And now if Texas grant is spread further, would not some of those resources be available to help make up that difference for the students who had the decrease in Texas grant? Would they have indeed a $2,200 drop in their gift aid because of Texas grant going down?
Well, the individual students certainly would. If the student is a freshman and a sophomore, say got a $5,000 Texas grant, now suddenly they're getting a $2,800 Texas grant as a junior and a senior, they've just lost potentially lost $2,200.
So other grant aid would not be moved over to them?
Unless we have other aid to move over to them.
But that other aid, there are some stipulations. A lot of the other aid that we have are the designated set-asides, and we're supposed to give first priority to students not getting anything else. So we can't necessarily just say, okay, well, we're just going to take $2 million and pop it over here, you know.
And actually, you raise an interesting question whether there should be some effort to change the restrictions for the designated tuition so that some more flexibility is there for the institutions under these kinds of circumstances.
I would caution you about opening up the Pandora's box of designated tuition in the legislative session.
Well, I think the designated tuition requirement is it should go to priority to those students who don't have enough non-loan or gift aid to pay for tuition and fees. So if your Texas grant didn't pay enough of the tuition and fees, you could use that designated money to make up the difference.
That's really messy, Lynn. Yeah, I know. But, I mean, yeah, we still use some designated, once we get past our priority deadline, it's whatever. But it just makes it, we can't just automatically assume that we can make up the difference for all those students, especially if it's to the tune of $2,500 or $3,000. That's not easy to make up for 500-600 students. That money needs to go somewhere else. And plus, we're trying to structure our packaging philosophy in groups around, we've got certain types of money that are going to go to the neediest students, and then you've got some money that is going to help that middle income student. And so you don't want to just keep flopping it back over to the needy students because we're changing the Texas grant. Not quite as simple as that.
Well, and I
understand what you're saying, though.
I didn't mean to imply I knew that was what happened. I was trying to understand what will happen.
There's one other thing to keep in mind here, and that's that in a whole lot of quarters, and not just in this state, there is a greater and greater discomfort among policymakers with the idea that money that's coming in as part of tuition is becoming financial aid. And I don't know to what extent you all have been watching the debate on this across the country, but I've been paying attention to it. And in some places, there are proposals out there that essentially say that every student's got to come up with X number of dollars, no matter what their EFC is. So if you start counting on that money as being money available to fill a gap that you created at a different level of policy, you may find that those students get cut up even worse if the prevailing, what I see as a prevailing discomfort with this method of financing financial aid gets eliminated by policymakers.
Well, I want to go back to Tom's comment, because we've talked about this for a couple of years, the notion that designated set-asides are at risk, and I think they continue to be more at risk than less at risk, and depending on how the various committee membership gets structured, the box will be open, and I think we have to, and Joe and I talked a little bit about this, we have to have a strategy that addresses that proactively. We can't wait for we can't wait for the appropriators to foist something on us that we knew was coming and don't have a response to. So we're trying to be proactive in addressing some of those concerns, and it's going to be something where there's going to have to be sacrifices. I think they're going to have to be made in order to preserve most of those funds, but it's not going to be pleasing to anybody, I don't think. Did I dance around that? Or are you going to call me on it?
I think you're dancing with the stars, man.
The idea of grandfathering and having staggered award amounts, if you thought the allocation spreadsheet looked complicated, we just added another step, and not an undoable step, but just another step. And that we've fought the same battle. We're going to have the situation of having old program and new program students in Texas Grant. We have them in TEG. And again, you can do it, but it just really makes things a lot more complicated. You can no longer say, you can't do this. You have to say, if your old program, you can do it, but if your new program, you can't do it unless it's the right, the moon is in the right phase of the moon. So adding grandfathering can be a very good thing to do, and I don't oppose it. I just say it adds a whole lot of complexity to what we're already doing.
One other question, and Joe sort of mentioned this in passing, but how do you see this interplaying with the priority model for Texas grants?
Well, I think that it's going to always, priority I think will always have a place. It's just a matter of to what degree it factors in. I mean, when I look at the data coming out, again, when I look at the analytics of our financial aid database, I always try to find ways to make awards to 100% of the students, because to me that it makes sense to do that. Doesn't make sense to do it any less than that. Reality says that may not, that's not always going to happen that way. And when I do have to make a choice between two students, right, wrong, or indifferent, the priority model works. It helps institutions identify students that would be more likely to benefit from grant aid. So even if you're funding 95% of your students, you still have to make choices periodically, and I think the priority model fits in that kind of environment.
So again, I mean, the priority model would stay in place. There'd be no amendments to that.
Correct.
With this.
And a lot of it's going to depend, and again, these are open, the window for comments is getting narrower, but we're still trying to figure out, the notion of a de minimis award amount, which has been talked about in this committee previously, is there a dollar amount that's just too small? Doesn't make sense at such a level, and we may be at that point.
Sure.
I think, again, Carol would argue that we're already at that point, that having it being a real true motivating. So if we're getting to the point of, this award amount is just too small, it's got to be higher, and, the legislatures have to put more money into it, then, we need to be able to articulate that effectively. And that may be something that, this calculation provides a base level of funding, but it's just insufficient to, push the needle or whatever kind of buzzword you want to put in there. And I don't know what the answer is.
I think you've hit on a really cogent point, Dan. I mean, that de minimis amount, I think, continues to become an issue as the overall cost of attending our colleges and universities, even for those of us with frozen tuition and fees and such, as those overall costs go up, because inflation will drive up the indirect costs up. We have to guard against that de minimis issue.
I agree.
But I think looking at the direct cost question, I think it can be looked at you can interpret it in three different ways right now. Direct cost being the statewide average based on the simple average of tuition fees. The direct cost being the statewide average based on the weighted tuition fees. Or it could be the direct cost for the student attending your institution. So it could be, you can calculate that 3 different ways. Is there one that makes more sense to another? I suspect if you said, based on your institution, then the question will be, well, how do we manage the fact that your costs are higher than somebody else's cost in the program? And so one could make an argument that you put a maximum dollar amount, a max, as Lisa put it, of $5,000. So you use the institution's direct costs, but put a maximum dollar amount on the award for Texas grant at, say, $5,000. Because what all this is doing right now, if you're using the simple average, is we already have the dollar amount in statute is the simple average in terms of the maximum. All we're doing is saying we're going to lower that dollar amount by Pell and EFC. Then I also think, we keep talking about how the renewal students are given priority and taking up a lot of the money, but we haven't done anything. I mean, I think the 8-semester, 5-year eligibility, I think if you go the route of the 30-hour limit, those are starting to address the renewal, the amount of dollars going to renewal, so that there is more money available for initial. We still have never really touched on, even though it's been brought up a couple times, of having some sort of maximum EFC cap on a renewal student. We've touched on it at different points in time, but right now, if you have need, you still get Texas grant, even if your EFC's risen to 15,000. Is that the right answer relative to this, or is it better to stick an EFC cap on renewal at double the EFC cap for a regular Texas grant, or something along those lines that says, well, we're willing to let it rise some, but if it rises too much, why are we continuing to give money to people who don't demonstrate the same level of need as those who are coming in as freshmen? Comments?
Yeah, to follow up on Joe's point, so for example, this year the simple average tuition and fees for public 4 years is $7,400, right?
Correct.
So if a student is a 0 EFC student and they got therefore qualified for the maximum Pell Grant of $5,550, their Texas grant would be $1,850 for the year.
Add their book stipend.
Add in books, $1,000.
Well, it depends. I mean, we're all trying to help our students figure out ways to spend less on books. Maybe what we should start doing is telling them to inflate their book purchases.
I think what he's saying is it's going to be like $1,000, right? Who determines that?
Who should determine that?
Yeah, it varies from institution to institution depending upon some of the arrangements institutions have made for students to have access to online publications and things like that. But quite frankly, I'd hate for my students to get penalized because we've done a better job at making books less expensive for them, especially when they reside and have legitimate costs of attendance in a metropolitan area where landlords charge top dollar for rent. And they can't come here from Dallas and San Antonio and Houston and El Paso. They can't commute here from those places. Yeah. Yeah. And
cheaper in San Antonio.
Yeah, and that'll really help us with our graduation rates.
So, Joe, what was your question?
My ultimate question was on. So I think there's, in what you presented, there are 3 options on how to interpret direct cost, and I was trying to get: does the committee have a view on? Does anybody have a view on? Is there a more preferable way to calculate that direct cost? Is it simple average? Is it weighted average? Is it institution specific?
As a non-stakeholder in this, I think what you have posed about the institutional figure, but with a maximum, from my perspective, makes the most sense.
And I agree.
Mm-hmm. Ditto.
Ditto.
And how is the max set?
Oh no, how was the 5,000 set? Your wisdom.
It was set to That was the figure that was estimated to fund about half of incoming freshmen.
And then I think Joe's point is valid, because ultimately, we're trying, based on the study, right, we're trying to change. What we're saying is that we shouldn't give so much preference to renewal students. We need to bring in more freshmen, right? So that's kind of the overarching philosophy here. But we have done nothing. We're limiting these new, ultimately, these new students coming into 8 semesters. That's going to change the renewal figure. So more money will then be able to go back into new students because they won't be able to get the grant for as long. But then we also haven't looked at that, the current grandfathered in students. What do we, the renewal students can have, they're living on campus, they can have a really high EFC and still get a minimal Texas grant. Should we be doing that if it's truly for needier students? We haven't addressed that yet. That's another way to move renewal money to new students.
Within the current program operation, the EFCs is, the definition of the neediest student is left to the coordinating board, right?
Well, then we have some room for
some room,
perhaps, right?
Very much so. You won't find any arguments from the coordinating board on limiting renewal EFC. We'll be happy to do that. Happy to do that, provided you provide some input as to where do you draw the line.
Why not use the same criteria for each?
Well, in the future, the intention of this is to stretch out the EFC up to a point, and then that's it. Renewal doesn't matter. It's up to direct cost, right? So that's the future is going to be have a self-limited, but currently we don't have anything. So this would be a operational program practice that would set eligibility for renewal students at an EFC not more than
direct cost.
Fill in the blank.
And
I think that.
And do we grandfather those renewals already in there?
Lynn has an opinion.
I think in this particular case, you almost have to.
I don't think that there's we're not talking about hundreds, we're probably not even talking about hundreds of students. I mean, our population of entering student has been less than 4,000 for the most part for a number of years. We don't see huge swings in EFC from year to year. There will be some, but we're not talking about thousands of students. So you're not going to be shifting a bunch of money away from people at this point. At least that's my perspective.
The reality is on the priority model is we're going to be shifting money to renewal based on the priority model. Because the students that are better prepared, that are going to be first in line to get the grant, are more likely to be successful and retain the grant. So the priority model actually is doing the exact opposite of what
which is the argument for the priority model, is that we want more students. We want to put our money where students are going to be successful. Influence graduation.
So it's a bit confusing to know where we're.
So have you ever juggled 4 balls instead of 3?
I can't juggle 3. I can't even juggle 2.
So the intention of all of this is to encourage more students to persist and graduate, right?
Well, again, just be careful about anything that might result in students losing gift aid that they have gotten in the past, because a dramatic loss of gift aid can contribute to stop out and drop out.
Which is a good argument for, as difficult as it is to logistically manage, grandfathering really is the right thing to do. So, and the good thing is we did already kind of start that ball rolling with what we did this year and this next year by reducing the max in a lot of situations. So at least that's already happened. We're not giving everybody $7,400 this next year. But I think to go in and drop them from whether we did 5,000 or 4, it's basically you got to cover tuition and fees, and then we're talking about going to not having to cover tuition and fees. That would be it was already dramatic enough. I think we almost, as much as I hate to see what we have to do for rules and everything like that, we almost have to grandfather in those renewals. I can't imagine not grandfathering in those people that are already there. It's just going to make it a little bit messier on, is that going to reduce the number of new students we can bring in? Because that's going to take a few years for us to get to what you really want for the number of students. So.
And Lisa, I think it's another one of those when we put all the pieces of the puzzle together, I'm hoping that we're not talking about thousands of students, because expensive institutions aside, at an average institution, if I'm getting a full Pell Grant and a Texas grant, I'm complying with the current statute, even though I might not be getting a full Texas grant award.
Well, but you mean with the new?
What we're currently doing.
Well, yeah, what we're currently doing, we have to cover tuition and fees. So if you've got a renewal student that, I took my tuition and fee amount and said, that minus Pell equals Texas grant,
sure.
That's what their award is. If we then took those same renewal students and said, we're going to take the simple average tuition and fees plus books and stipends minus Pell minus EFC, that's going to, and I'm not required to cover tuition and fees, that's going to hurt that renewal student.
Yeah.
So, you could be talking about thousands of students that we have to grandfather for a few years.
Okay.
One other thing on Texas Grant before we move on. So you've talked about extending eligibility to incoming transfer students, and I think all of us are in favor of doing that. But what exactly who are we talking about? How do we do it? Because I haven't seen any proposals on exactly how we would do that. I mean, is there a suggestion on core complete? Is it, just transfer in with the minimum of 24 hours? Is it?
I think that, and again, we haven't had a lot of conversation about this other than the fact that we want to do it. And I think all institutions have some minimum transfer requirements. You have to have completed at least X number of hours to transfer. So my inclination was to make it, based on the institution's transfer requirements, because you all have them.
And was there that they be meeting any of the
2.5 GPA.
Okay, so the Texas grant GPA requirement
for renewal.
So the 2.5.
Or at enrollment. So meet your transfer requirements and have a 2.5 GPA. That would be the requirement to get a Texas grant.
TASFA did a survey on this recently to try to see what institutions were thinking, and so maybe one of the things that we ought to do from TASFA is to share.
That'd be great.
What their thoughts were on how to expand the transfers.
We're not going to solve the transfer issue, but we know that we're not supporting transfer students with state financial aid. That's just the facts. So we're trying to make a move in the right direction. And this is likely not to be the last move. Uh-oh, here it comes.
That was a generalization that's not quite accurate. You're not serving transfer students in Texas grant well with state. That's not the case with TEG. Students who transfer to us, whether it's from a 2-year or a 4-year institution, are eligible for consideration for TEG always.
Sure.
So it's a transfer friendly program. Just don't lump everybody into that same category because we don't all have the same problem.
State aid for 4-year public institution is not friendly. Thank you, Carol, for pointing that out.
And I was going to add something. What I was trying to explain is that I think it's easier for you to package incoming transfer students with Texas grant if you can base their eligibility on information that you have in your system, as opposed to having to go out to the verification screen to find out if they had a Texas grant at another institution to determine if they're meeting renewal requirements, et cetera. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
And they also wouldn't have to have a Texas grant at the previous institution in order to get it. That's the other thing. That opens it up for more transfer students, which I know the commissioner was interested in looking at. So we certainly need to, because we have a lot of transfer students, and I know that all of our concentration is always on freshmen, but those transfer students make up a big population for several of us, so I think we need to start providing, it's a sticker shock when they come from a 2-year to a 4-year. So.
Well, and as a health professions school, all of our students are transfers, so we would be all for this.
Okay.
But if I transfer, am I in effect exempted from the priority model?
If you wanted to look at it in that way.
So ultimately, as time goes by, this could actually, given how you run your allocation formulas, could actually end up with funding running away from institutions that tend to bring in a lot of students under the priority model as new freshmen, to institutions that tend to have a lot of students who transfer in who didn't meet the priority model.
I don't see that as a problem. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I understand.
I think, Tom, it gets, the allocations are not based on the priority model. They're based on your population of needy student.
Right.
Ultimately, this is going to be looking at historical trends of first-time entering transfer students and putting money where we think those transfer students are going to enroll. And we have pretty good records on where those students enroll.
Right.
Could I ask a question? Are we talking about the possibility of ignoring whether the student had a Texas grant at the prior school when they come into your institution and just looking at whether they meet your transfer? Okay, then how do we track whether they've had
They're not going to have anything
8
as
semesters or their 5 years?
Sorry.
How do we get,
Proration.
okay,
This is not going to be the coordinating board's job either, by the way. So you can take a breath.
And you'll just take our word for it?
so the institutions will be tracking the semesters and the years?
Just like they currently
Just like
do.
they track the hours, right?
Yep.
I'm sorry, we got into the hour business and the verification stuff because colleges had great difficulty tracking them. You have 150 hours of Texas grant eligibility. You've transferred 3 times. How do you know how many hours of Texas grants you've received? Are you saying you start over with a new 150 every time you transfer?
No.
I know, and we're getting out of the hours business, so the semesters, but if we go into the semester angle. Right. Yeah, we can come up with a formula as to how many hours they've completed and therefore how many semesters they have left of eligibility. There are ways to do it. But to expect if we are starting fresh when you transfer, that's a whole new world of Texas grant information that we've got to consider. And I understand it makes a whole lot of sense in terms of ease of identifying eligible students. But as far as the program is concerned and historic records and where you are in your eligibility, that sounds like a real mess to me.
I think you just have to, we'll have to go into it when we start thinking about this. It will have to be, if you transfer in with this many hours, you have this many semesters, something along those lines. Because, you still want to, the whole idea is to keep them on target for graduating on time, providing them additional resources. So, there are ways, honestly,
but the question
everything
of
we do
whether
is a
they've
mess,
had the grant before or not is the one that I'm more concerned about.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
The question of whether they've had Texas grant in the past or not before the transfer. And if that is not going to be relevant, then
I think it should still be relevant because if, I don't know. If you're determining at your institution, I guess there'd be 2 different stories there. If they did get Texas grant for 2 years at their previous institution and they come into mine, then they only have basically 2 more years or 4 more semesters left of Texas grant eligibility. So that would still be an important thing for us to keep track of. But if we're going to give it to new transfer students as well, then a student coming in with 2 years without a Texas grant still only has 4 semesters to complete their to get 4 semesters of Texas grant eligibility. They don't get 8 to start.
Or you
all
could
over.
base maximum time frame on the institution's satisfactory academic progress policy.
At the risk of cutting off a conversation, we've been going on this one for almost an hour now on just Texas grant.
Let's talk about Be on Time. That'll only take another hour.
That was my suggestion, is that we move to another one, and Be on Time ought to be discussed based on what the coordinating board shared at their board meeting. So,
before we do Texas or Be on Time, the TEOG, just to touch on a couple of items. We're trying to make the drug statement to be consistent with the federal drug statement so that there isn't another form to be filled out. That would be for Texas Grant and TEOG. Is that correct?
Just TEOG.
There for Texas Grant. Go all the way.
Okay.
Please.
Well, I think that'd be wonderful if we can get away with it. We can get it done.
And I think I mentioned previously is to have community college students be TEOG students so that the glomming on of Texas Grant is out, but you would get enough money that you are currently getting for Texas Grant to TEOG. Does anybody have any questions on TEOG on this page specifically?
Saying that TEOG students could not get Texas Grant, or community college students could not get Texas Grant?
One of the proposals is to segregate them off into two separate programs.
And move some of the Texas Grant money that had been going to community college students to the 2-year sector for TEOG.
Because I thought last legislature, didn't we try and make sure that
didn't happen?
Well, that students at community colleges where there weren't enough TEOG funds to remain eligible for Texas Grant?
That's correct. There was a language in the statute that limited the ability for...
If you were eligible for Texas Grant, you could not receive a TEOG whether you were getting a Texas Grant or not. And that was eliminated from the statute. So now being eligible for a Texas Grant does not keep you from getting a TEOG.
Okay.
Yep.
Then maybe we can touch on TEG before we talk about Beyond Time. Kicking the can. Is it a time for a break? So I don't know, Carol, this is kind of cleanup, and I think you're aware of this particular topic.
Oh, yeah. And I think everybody would like to simplify the statute. And I can't remember, Jane, whether this is the date based on the survey that I did for you.
I believe, certainly your data had the input, and I think you suggested the January 2014.
Couldn't remember whether the last student was supposed to graduate in December of 2014 or...
I believe that was what you had said.
Okay, so this would actually need to be January 2015 on your sheet, if that's right. I'll go back and look. I'll go back and look at my data, but I think that's right, and it should be January 1st, 2015.
And the comment over in the left, effective 2015-16, is correct. It's just that date up there. Okay. Yeah.
All right, I have to make sure Tom is listening to our Beyond Time conversation.
And Beyond Time is not included in this?
Yes.
Okay.
So I didn't have a Beyond Time on your handout, primarily because Jane, thankfully, doesn't manage the Beyond Time, so whenever she puts this stuff together, she's happy that she doesn't have to do that. But so we've been looking at trying to figure out different ways to use Beyond Time set-asides in more efficient manners, and primarily to try to figure out ways to keep those funds on your campuses as opposed to sending them to the coordinating board. So one of the ideas we've kicked around for a few years now is to use the funds for Beyond Time to fund a tuition rebate program. So students that finish in 4 years, kind of with the Beyond Time forgiveness provisions, that those students would be in line to get a rebate with those funds. So you would accumulate funds in the year that you are collecting the funds, and then the students that graduate with the forgiveness provisions, any student that graduates with a forgiveness provision gets a tuition rebate. So how did you get that part so easily?
Well, of course, yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but we would basically not have a loan program, they wouldn't get a loan, correct? We're just talking about creating a rebate, and so from our set aside for anybody that graduates on time. No loan anymore, because you said something about the forgiveness thing in there.
Well, the rebate requirements would
The same
essentially
as the
be the same as the forgiveness. So the be on time forgiveness provisions would be the rebate.
Okay, the same criteria then?
Yes.
For them to be eligible, okay.
So, yes, there wouldn't be a loan in the sense that it was funded from set-asides, but we're looking at creating a state-subsidized 0% interest loan for students that are in school. That would, essentially, you could use your rebate if you met the rebate requirements to repay your loan. So we're disentangling the notion of a forgivable loan to a loan. You just get a loan, but you have an opportunity to earn tuition rebate funds by finishing on time in 4 years.
So there's still going to be a be-on-time loan?
Well, and the name is going to have to change because it's no longer be on time. It's just a 0%. It's a subsidized state loan while you're in school that converts to a 6.8%.
And how does that get funded?
It gets funded. That's the interesting part. It gets funded from the current be on time portfolio of loans, which some of them are not forgiven and they enter into repayment. There's a corpus of funds that's currently being set aside we don't have authority to spend, which we estimate to be about $100 million at the end of next fiscal year. So entering this 2014, $100 million, and then we have bonding capacity that's available to the coordinating board through our Henson Hazelwood structure. So if you put the pool of loans that are existing with $100 million of cash and bonding capacity, you can craft a roughly $50 million a year state subsidized loan program that doesn't crash.
For public-only institutions?
For
others?
I would just point out that the students in our institutions and the private institutions who borrow that money tend to default a lot less.
Yes.
That means we're building the pool of money in repayment for you to be using.
Yeah. So the notion, last year we did $56 million of beyond time loans between ICUT institutions and public institutions. We're trying to create a $50 million loan capacity, maybe more, depending on how the numbers work out. So, Carol, I appreciate the fact that you would be party to such an opportunity. But it's not a forgivable loan. It's a loan that converts into repayment. It's going to accrue interest just like federal loans do. So the objective of this is to disentangle the incentives of people graduating on time away from getting a be-on-time loan. Be-on-time loans are great for the ones that get them, but most of our students don't. So
The only point I'm making is that since you are depending on money that's being repaid on be-on-times as part of that corpus, and our students do that, then but repay their be-on-time loans if they don't get forgiveness.
Sure.
Then in the same way that we voluntarily said we will not use money from tuition set-asides at public institutions, I think it's only appropriate that if we're generating the repayment money for this program, that we ought to be able to participate in it as well.
I'm suggesting that you would be able to do that. I tried to say that.
Yeah.
Again, I'm a little confused.
Once you get it, it's the best thing ever.
Well,
If you get it.
If you get it.
it's a 0% interest rated loan.
Think of it as the state subsidized loan program.
But you're talking about it as an institution.
It's just a loan.
That's where you started off about repaying it.
It's just a loan that your students make, just like they make federal subsidized staff or federal subsidized loans.
Low annual, low limit.
It's an in-school, fully subsidized state loan.
0% interest in school, 6.8% interest when they graduate.
Well, I hope that a lot of people will be in line and will use all those. For the folks that find ways to use private loans, to help their students out. It's still a private loan that you have to fulfill all of your other federal obligations with.
I have less concerns with the loan and more concerns with the tuition rebate proposal.
Yeah, that's what I'm confused with.
So every institution sets aside currently 5% of tuition and fees over 46, designated tuition over $46 semester credit hours.
Okay, so these are public universities.
Public universities set aside from tuition payments an amount of funds that currently funds the current Be On Time program for public school students and community college students currently. Not the independents get general revenue to fund your portion. So this pool of funds gets set aside, and then those institutions send that money to the coordinating board to run the program to make forgivable Be On Time loans. So the notion of this is you're going to still collect those funds, and you're going to retain those funds on your campus, and you're going to, there is a current tuition rebate program that's unfunded. It's essentially going to fund a tuition rebate program to try to encourage students to graduate on time with a B average in 4 years with money that they contributed.
Although I would argue it's unfunded the same way that the current tuition rebate is unfunded. It's still coming out of the money that the university has. So,
well, it's not the university's. The current program those are not university funds. Those are the state's funds. As soon as you make that deposit to the coordinating board, those are not your funds anymore, right? I mean, and this is personal Dan talking, I hate the fact that institutions send the coordinating board tuition funds. I think it's just wrong.
So a student, when they pay tuition and part of it goes into a set-aside, it's really no longer the student's money, right?
As soon as they paid it to you, it was no longer the student's money.
Right.
The institution's money.
That's their argument against set-asides, is that, that's our tuition funds helping some other student go to school.
Well, that's the other piece, and I think Tom is going to chime in on that other piece. The bigger piece of this argument is the 15% that's set aside that funds grant aid that is in jeopardy of being repealed, potentially. And that goes to 72,000 students across the state, and it's hundreds of millions of dollars. It's big.
Yeah, Dan, I'm curious as to what you think the advantages are of decoupling loan forgiveness from on-time graduation. I do understand that we can only give so many Be On Time loans, although quite frankly, if you're thinking about driving down the amount of Texas grants to make those available to more students, you could also give us some authority and some flexibility over the amount that we might give in any given year in a Be On Time loan, and we could spread those loans to more students. But I'm, and again, thank you very much. You provided me with some data earlier this summer that showed almost 6 out of every 10 students at my institution who get Be On Time loans qualify for forgiveness, which means they graduated on time and had B averages. This seems to me to be a terrific boon toward incenting students, and we give these to needy students, incenting needy students to get out in 4 years and reducing their loan burdens, not only by having them graduate in 4 years instead of 5 or 6 years, but also by being able to forgive some of their loan.
Well, I'm not suggesting, Tom, that it's for a UT and A&M. I think your students have various other incentives to finish on time, and it's good that your students have the likelihood of finishing in 4 years. That's not true across the state.
I understand that
right.
That 60% four-year graduation rate, or 59% actually, four-year graduation rate for our Be On Time borrowers is significantly better than our overall four-year graduation rate.
And I'm not suggesting that the current Beyond Time for Beyond Time recipients isn't a good thing. At many institutions, they contribute hundreds of thousands of dollars to the Beyond Time program, and they make 0 Beyond Time awards.
Did you want to show a hands of those?
I'm curious as to why they don't make Beyond Time awards.
Some of them are for the same reasons that it's difficult for certain institutions to package private loans currently. I mean, it's more difficult today to make a Beyond Time loan or any other state loan in today's environment, and you know that.
But historically, why have they not made those loans?
That's a really good question. I don't sit in their offices when they communicate Beyond Time to their students. I do communicate with them over the phone and suggest that this is the greatest program ever and that it's unbelievable that you don't spend all of the money that you have available to you, and why their students don't take it. I can't answer that question. I'm not in the office when they present it. It is a loan. They got to sign a promissory note, and they have to jump through all kinds of hoops to make sure that they know that it's a loan and that the Credit Financial Protection Bureau is going to protect their interest in case they want to change their mind and all the other stuff that goes with it. Having said all of that, it is the greatest thing ever for the people that get it. One of my notions is that not enough people get it because there's not enough money to make it broad enough in its application that you actually influence broad populations of students to finish on time. We influence one student to finish on time. That's the more common when I look at the data across the state. It's, this room, we all would contribute to be on time, and I would give the award to Lisa, who was very incentivized to finish in 4 years. I'm sorry, incentivized isn't a word, I've been told.
Motivated.
So it's great for Lisa. I don't really care if Lisa graduates in 4 years, right? But I help fund her to give her the opportunity to do that. So there's some just inherent, there's some inherent inequalities within how the program is structured, and we're trying to work through those issues with people that have a deep care for the program, of which there are many.
There are two things, I guess, and I'd suggest you might try to consider. And I understand where you're going. And I think, again, the more incentives we can provide for students to graduate in 4 years, the better off our students will be. And quite frankly, the better off the state will be and the institutions will be.
Thank you for adding those last two.
But to the extent we can, I think it would be worth looking at the relative power of a forgivable loan if they meet the 4-year graduation requirement versus a tuition rebate. That's number one. And number two, you also might want to consider the use of Beyond Time loans in terms of bringing students into institutions who are already debt averse and worried about borrowing. And we would lose that with the tuition rebate, which I suspect would probably be significantly smaller in terms of what the student would get back than what they get back through a Beyond Time loan. And when I was running a loan forgiveness program in another state, and it was a federal program, and at that point in time, the federal government was offering a $5,000 forgiveness for people who went into schools and taught for 5 years. We had almost no takers. When they upped it to $17,500, people were beating down our doors for it, even though they also narrowed the criteria for what type of school you had to teach in and what curriculum you had to teach in order to qualify for the forgiveness. There's a certain power to being able to forgive $13,000, $14,000, $15,000 in a loan in terms of motivating a student. And it's almost we're almost getting back to the de minimis argument. I mean, we have to guard against the possibility that the rebates might, to many students, appear to be de minimis.
Well, at certain institutions, they are going to be, and at some institutions, they could end up being almost full tuition and fee rebates.
Okay, so the one thing I would say about the Be On Time, one of the benefits of the Be On Time, whether you get it forgiven or not, is it's a zero interest loan. So jumping from zero, especially, and I'm thinking for the privates, because you guys aren't necessarily going to have the tuition rebate, jumping from a zero interest to a 6.8 is a pretty significant jump, right? So it's not as beneficial of a program. So I might suggest that maybe we look at a lower interest rate than 6.8 potentially. Think about that if we're not going to go with zero. And I understand why, because you got to make money, right? But we may want to consider
we have to
that.
cover our costs, and the program has to be self-funded.
Right.
We're not trying to get general revenue appropriation.
Okay. So we just may want to consider that it might be a nice little perk to make it more attractive. Right now, it's more attractive than a federal subsidized Stafford loan. So we might want to continue that. That's just something to think about. I'm not really, I have mixed emotions about tuition rebate. I guess I'm trying to figure out what are some of the parameters you all were thinking about with the tuition rebate. Are we talking about, $1,000, and you just said something about tuition and fees. So I think there's some.
For
I don't
1
know,
year, for 4 years?
Yeah, it would be nice to know what we're thinking as far as the tuition rebate goes.
So I'll make a couple other comments. So as the proposal that was originally made suggested that, right now we have a 20% set aside on undergraduates, 15% we retain, 5% goes to Be On Time. Part of the proposal at the board meeting was to make it 10 and 10. So 10% goes into the Be On Time and 10% is retained at the institution to create more resources available so that the rebate would be substantial enough to make a difference. And the way I understood it is the pool would be collected for those students who entered in a given cohort year and graduated. Those who successfully graduated on time, that 10% allocation that was set aside for all of the students that were eligible would be distributed equally across those that qualified for the rebate. Did I explain that right?
In essence. So Lisa, your graduation rate, let's say your graduation rate is, let's not say anything.
Oh, go ahead. I know what my 4-year graduation rate is, so.
Well, ultimately, students at your institution don't graduate in 4 years. So a pool of funds gets created every year that the students that do graduate in 4 years would split.
Okay. You're talking about changing the split from, right now I get 15% to use for my work study program, which I think is more beneficial than a tuition rebate, mind you. Okay, and I'm just being blunt. It is more beneficial to that student, and then while they're in school. So we're talking about cutting my allocation by 5% of what I put into an institutional scholarship, grant, and work study program to create a tuition rebate program for very few students that are going to graduate in 4 years with a 3.0. I'm being real about my own institution. That to me is not beneficial right now.
And it's not necessarily limited to students with need.
Right.
Right.
And so, for example, at my institution,
these are all discussion points. And that's why we're having this conversation.
So that 10-10 split, that wigged me out a little bit. So.
Our 4-year graduation rate is about 50%, which we want to increase.
Sure.
But we set aside roughly $4 million or so a year for Be On Time, maybe a little bit more than that. Even at a 50% graduation rate for every entering freshman cohort, that means we're going to be forgiving somewhere in the neighborhood of probably 3,300 to 3,600 students, and I'm giving a $1,200 tuition rebate. And by the way, I'm giving it to the kids whether they needed it or not. Again, whether they were debt averse or not. As opposed to being able to forgive, to use it and target it at students who are prone not to graduate in 4 years, to try to increase their incentives for graduating in 4 years. And by giving them I think our average beyond time borrowing before graduation among those who do borrow is somewhere in the neighborhood of $11,000 or $12,000. I can have a lot more impact, at least on those students, than I can in giving a one-size-fits-all rebate across the board for and again, I'll use the term, a de minimis amount.
I think and we've of course looked at numbers, and yours, $4,000 or $5,000 for your students that graduate in 4 years with a B average. This is just an estimate, so I don't view that as being de minimis for your entire student population. I guess my view.
Shoot me over those numbers and let us take a look at them.
When I went to freshman orientation with my son many years ago, my envision is that whoever gets up and makes the funny presentation and make everybody feel good about being there states that if you graduate in 4 years with a B average, you have the opportunity to get. This year we gave $4,000 rebates, or $10,000 rebates, or $20,000 rebates if you graduate in 4 years. So it's not. This isn't UT or A&M. We're looking statewide, all public universities, because we're trying to get everybody out in a timely manner. I'm not trying to get just needy students out. I'm not trying to just get wealthy students out, because wealthy students are as guilty as everybody else about taking too many hours and taking too long.
Right. You do understand, though, too, that as we boost our four-year graduation rates and move from a 50% up to the 70% target or so, if we can get there, then there's actually going to be less money per student's rebate.
Yes.
So what we're actually going to be doing is, by becoming more effective in graduating students, we're going to be giving them more de minimis rebates.
Well, but ultimately we're trying to encourage students to graduate in 4 years, right? So this is built in to incentivize every student to graduate in 4 years. At many institutions, Tom, and yours is the exception, Joe's is the exception, students just don't graduate in 4 years. Right?
Yeah, I agree, and I understand. And although, again, we're not satisfied with our four-year graduation rate by any means. But if I stood up there, if I gave that funny presentation to the freshmen and told them we'll rebate $4,000 or $5,000 to you, and then they graduate, and I'm rebating $1,500 to them or $1,000 to them, I guarantee you that they're going to feel baited and switched.
It will never be that low. I guess the other part of this is that students would they would always give back at least what they contributed. Even if you had a 100% graduation rate, everybody in your school graduated with a B average, they would essentially get back what they contributed to the program. If everybody graduated in 4 years with a B average, you would get back your 5%.
So if you were zero EFC and you ended up not paying anything out of pocket.
Some of the variations, Carol, excluded full grant recipients because they didn't contribute anything to the program.
Just curious how far you have thought your way.
I've thought my way all the way down to.
At some point, you've got to understand that the rebate is not going to be the incentive you may think it's going to be.
Well, but I think the dollars that are contributed are more substantial than everybody might think, because it's a fairly large pool of funds, and the pool of funds gets the largest are the institutions that have the lowest. The expensive schools that have low graduation rates. They're the most disenfranchised, in my opinion. They're the most disenfranchised of the program because they don't get beyond time loans for whatever reason, and they're contributing to a program that funds Joe's students and Tom's students.
Something back to the point you were making a while ago, not only do you lose that extra 5% to help your entire population, but you're also going to need to chip in a little bit more on the Texas grant to fill that gap. So you now have fewer dollars to kind of help throw towards that. Personally, within my population, I think I'd rather keep the 5% on campus. I'm helping a much greater portion of our population with money today versus money 4 years down the road. As far as a rebate somewhere down in the future, I may be impacting them, having them borrow less as they go along versus the carrot down the road.
My ultimate concern with this is, one, I'm not convinced that this provides a large enough incentive. Certainly not on my campus. I'm looking at best, this is probably a $1,500 rebate. Now that'll be very different on other campuses, and I'm assuming that's at the 10% set aside. That we're talking about a $1,500 rebate as opposed to the current $1,000 tuition rebate, which we know has not incentivized students to graduate on time. So I'm not sure an extra $500 is going to do a whole lot for.
It's going to be more than $500. It's going to be $3,800, $4,000 at A&M.
I can't get there.
I'll send out my spreadsheets and share it with everybody.
But even still, even if it's, let's say it's $3,000 or $4,000, I'm still not convinced that that's a large enough dollar amount as an incentive, particularly when we're talking about what we're doing is shifting money that we are currently providing to students with need, who need the money to go to school, to hold it for 4 years or 5 years, to then rebate it back to students. So we lose the ability of the financial aid to provide access. We lose the ability of the financial aid to provide retention. We lose the ability of the financial aid to help the student while they're enrolled meet their expenses. I realize part of what we're dealing with is what happens if set-asides go away. Well, then we're in a much more difficult position as far as being able to do
perhaps we should have that conversation next then.
So, but I don't see how this is a better solution in terms of ultimately trying to help students increase their graduation rate. Be on time as an incentive is not necessarily increasing 4-year graduation rates as it currently stands on people's campuses. Tom's kind of the exception to that, where his 4-year graduation rate of his Be On Time recipients is actually slightly larger than.
Well, I just have to say, as a school that used to, I have renewal students in it, but every statistics we had was just like Tom's, that the students would be on time absolutely graduated at faster rates, and we sliced it every way, shape, and form, every demographic thing. So without a doubt, I feel like Be On Time incentivizes on-time graduation.
Is that the factor that made them graduate on time?
Yes.
Or would they have done it anyway?
Well, I absolutely believe that in many cases they would have anyway, but I firmly believe that it incentivized many to graduate on time.
I can tell you on our campus, our Be On Time 4-year graduation rate is lower than our overall graduation rate for 4 years.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
It's lower?
It is lower.
Lower.
I don't know what mine is, but one of the benefits of the Be On Time is that it's a zero interest loan. And so for my students, because, we're struggling with our 4-year graduation rate, it's still a really good deal. And so I'm not really sure what else to say, but I can't compete with those that have really great 4-year graduation rates from their Be On Time or whoever. I totally understand that. But the other benefit of that Be On Time loan is the zero interest loan, because that is a better deal. And when you're thinking of, even if you're loan adverse, that still sounds really good. So. Well,
the analytics suggests that Doris's impact of Be On Time are going to, that's what's going to be reported. LBB does analysis of everything. One of their reports is going to be the fact that Be On Time works. And we agree with that. Be On Time works for the few students that get one. It has an impact. Well, Lisa, there's never really a consistent source of funding for the program, so it fits and starts.
This last year,
I don't have that figure. We're expecting about 1,000 new freshmen at public universities this fall, out of however many hundreds of thousands there are.
I will say, Dan, I do appreciate the fact that you're talking about at least an in-school zero interest rate loan, to try to I take it that's something to try to sort of, offset the
loss
of the zero interest rate beyond time loan and the capital and stuff. I'm wondering, and again, I think when you cited the figure of $56 million, was that $56 million that was lent at ICUT schools or total in the state? Okay, thank you.
So the numbers in FY11, according to their report, 10,187 students received beyond time in 10-11, total of $56.47 million.
Well, that's 10,000 public, private, first year, second year, third year, fourth year.
That's not considered a good
That was the heyday of state financial aid, FY11. So that was the end of the very, very large appropriations for Texas Grant, for Beyond Time, for TEG. I mean, all of the FY11 was the high water mark for financial aid. We're now in a
Puddle.
We're in a puddle. We're in the dugout. Where's the dugout? Jeff's dugout story. We're in the dugout now, and it's been raining, so now we have mud in the dugout. Part of this conversation is also to figure out ways to take money out of the appropriations. So this is an opportunity to have zero appropriations for Beyond Time, and yet have a self-sustaining loan program that's available to help students out, and then to have this other program that's intended to encourage students to finish. Whether we can get our head around the numbers later, but ultimately what we're trying to do is broaden the availability of this source of funds, which are substantial, that every student contributes to, and to try to put it in a manner that encourages the entirety of the student population to want to get it. I want to get my money back. And right now, it's just, there's one person has the incentive. Again, if we use our group as an example, one person would have an incentive to work hard and get their money back or have their loan forgiven. And the rest of us, at least all due respect to that one person, I don't really care if you finish in 4 years because I get no benefit. I'm just funding your education. So there's the disconnect from a financing standpoint, and again, this is Dan's opinion. It's out of kilter with what the incentives are supposed to be driving. So we're just merely trying to find ways to preserve the intention of the program, which we completely support, graduating on time. The B average is that not so much, but graduating on time because it's good for the student, it's good for the state, it's good for the institution. And the current program, in its limited availability, probably is great, but it needs some help, I think, is the best way to put it. I don't know.
Well, I see where you're coming from, and I understand what you're trying to do. And again, I think it's worth at least considering. I'm like Joe. I worry about sort of the math, and so going to be really interested to see what the data are in your spreadsheets.
Sure. And then I think the other part, Joe, is what I presented at the board meeting, is the notion of getting back to the set-asides for grant aid. That's very much going to be in play next session, very much in play as of it. People are going to want to get rid of it. And if certain chairs of certain committees get into power of certain mindsets, the likelihood of something coming up like that, it's more real now than it was last session. So we have to have alternative ideas around preservation of the set-asides for grant aid. That's one block of students. But then having, again, trying to give incentives for the exact same students that are critical of set-asides of, well, you can get your money back. All you have to do is, perform. And you'll have an ability to get your funds back that you're contributing. To try to push back some of the arguments that are being put forward from the folks that don't like the fact that they set aside their tuition
Well, another way to think about that, and this kind of came up when you're talking about the designated set-asides, one of the things that came up at the last time is that I think there was a bill, I don't remember, talking about taking away the mandatory requirement for institutions to set it aside. So by taking away the mandatory requirement, then the institution would decide, yes, we're still going to set aside 15% towards grants and scholarships, but then it also takes away the need requirement, all that good stuff. It's just your money to figure out what you need to do with it. And then the one argument for that is that opens it up to where instead of, because I think the big argument is those students that have no need are contributing $150 of their tuition to a need-based grant, and that bothers people that they're contributing. But if you open it up to where anyone could be eligible for those funds, not necessarily just the need-based, then that might quell some of the arguments that I'm contributing to, because I make a certain amount of money, I'm contributing to someone else's grant aid. If everyone has an opportunity to apply, whether it's through scholarships, grants, work study, whatever you want to call it, then that might help with the argument as well, as opposed to shifting some of the money to a tuition rebate program, which we haven't seen success from the one that we do have. And I think a lot of institutions talk about tuition rebate programs all the time, and they aren't always successful. It doesn't necessarily incentivize students to graduate on time. We're having that same conversation now, and I talked our provost out of that kind of program to create another program to incentivize while they're in school to help pay their tuition and fees while they're in school, because that makes more sense. If they have money available to them, they'll stay. If they don't, they'll go away. So waiting until 2017 to get my rebate is not necessarily going to make me stay.
To piggyback on Lisa's comment, I think we ought to be clear. The tuition rebate program as it currently exists, yes, it's in the sense of there are students who are qualifying for it. There are students who are qualifying for the Beyond Time loan forgiveness. The question is, what is the differential between those who already would have been graduating on time versus what is the difference now in terms of we had additional students graduate on time because of the incentive? Are we, so is it yielding a substantially larger number of students, or are we really just giving money to students who are already going to do it anyway? And so that's where I think ultimately my concern comes in is we're doing the same thing. We're paying money to students who ultimately would have been successful anyway, and we didn't incentivize them to really do anything, except for a handful of students that actually did.
Sandy Baum, who was at the coordinator at the board meeting, I think very eloquently talked about not giving aid to students that's not going to impact their behavior. She was, don't give an A student that's got no need scholarship. You're not influencing them to do anything because they're going to do whatever they're going to do anyway. She, I think, made a pretty eloquent argument kind of to support Joe's position of, you don't want to give money away to students that would have done something anyway, so there's no marginal contribution. It's difficult to tease out what that program should look like because it's hard to differentiate who you're impacting and who you're not going to impact. But I think you could certainly look at that as a caveat's not the right word, but set it up in such a way that the big presentation for freshman orientation is structured in a way that incentivizes the people you're trying to incentivize to get out, to finish.
Lisa, you mentioned two things in your comments about the rebate. One was that it was mandatory, and the other that it had the need requirement, and that the set aside that was mandatory, and that there was a need requirement. Do you think removing that or making the need requirement, removing that so that they could make awards to non-needy students would improve the image of the set-aside?
I was just suggesting that was some conversations we had at the last legislative session, because there was something out there that said it removed the mandatory requirement. And so then the institutions can decide if they're still going to set that aside. And if you remove the mandatory requirement, then you also remove the requirement to make it need-based aid. So because I had heard from students, once they started getting statements from us saying that you're giving this much money to a program for which you cannot benefit, which is that was the whole point of the program, right, is to do that. then if you remove that from it and anyone can apply regardless of need, depending on how your institution chooses to divvy up your set aside, it might make it a little, I don't want to say prettier, but it might make it a little bit more palatable for those students that weren't getting anything before. I still go back to the same student and parent that called me and was all upset about the statement they got because they had contributed $150 to a need-based grant program, and then when I went out, they had a $2,500 UTSA grant. So, well, go out and check your account, and I bet this is one of the programs that we created, and it, you know, so they don't really understand the concept. Right. But if you open it up, that might make it a little bit more pleasing to people, that it would be okay if I have a chance to get that money. Not everybody will get it, but if I have a chance to get it, just like I have a chance to get the tuition rebate, if I have a chance to get that money, it makes it a little bit easier sell to give some of it to a program that I might have an opportunity to get. Right now, you've got this population of students that will never get those funds. Because
so possibly removing the need requirement by opening the possibility of a merit-based award could help.
It would
but
be
now you're giving money to back to Sandy Baum's comment. Now you're back to giving grant aid to students that aren't going to be influenced by it.
But you don't have to do that for all of the money. You could do that for a share of it, and the money that's going to the need students is there when it would not have been there had it all been eliminated.
Lisa, what do you have to say about all this?
Well, I want a package bought, so fix that, because you want me to spend and spend and spend, and it's hard to do that. I still think the only way that you really incentivize is it's in the hours per semester that students have to take. And the gist now with students is they want to skip by with like 12 hours a semester. And I know Be On Time is, it's a way to get them there, but I don't think they really think it's tangible at that point. They can't figure that part out. Really, what I think the students now that we're giving the money to who do take it, who are saying, well, I need more money, here's a chance to get more money. Some of them aren't even looking at the fact that it's zero interest sometimes, even though it's a good thing. And we try to sell it anytime we can about it being a good thing. But I agree with waiting to the end to give them that incentive and say you'll get money back is probably not the way to do that. I will add, not that we wouldn't do the work, but the current tuition rebate in the processing and what we have to do to get the money back to the programs is pretty strenuous on a couple of offices because of the timing and when we have to get it done, and we have to wait, and then the students are, where's my money, and so forth. Sure. And it's just a small amount that it can be quite cumbersome. But I don't think that putting that out there at the end, like 4 years from now, you'll get this money back, helps them think about the here and now and how do I pay my bill now. So fix the packaging box, okay?
I'll call the president and have him fix that statute. I missed him. No, I didn't get the invitation.
I'm sorry, I don't remember what you said up front about this, what you're suggesting, this zero interest loan while they're in school, but then 6.8 is what you were throwing out as afterwards. Did you have an annual limit that you were considering?
It would be like a tuition and fee target, so $7,400 max.
Okay, thanks.
Something that looks and smells and tastes and acts like Be On Time while you're in school.
Any other?
No credit test.
No credit test.
Any other comments on the tuition rebate idea or the new bot loan?
I realize that within a financial aid context, this is not terribly exciting because we're taking money away from paying for tuition and fees in many regards.
And we haven't. That's the issue.
Have you seen that they don't work? I'm just saying.
It's hard to wrap my head around thinking that's going to be the end-all, be-all. I've had this conversation over and over on my campus, and we're trying to come up with some other ways. Again, you're taking away not just 5%, which is a few $1 million, from what I'm already packaging, but also taking away my ability to do what I think is right for the students on my campus. And we've had that discussion before. So I appreciate the fact that you want to put the 5% back on my campus. I totally get that. I just think that we
But
should
as soon
have
as
a
I
little
do
bit-
that, though, there is no more Beyond Time program. As soon as you put the money back on your campus, which I think is a core value that we need to try to get back to, there is no Beyond Time program at that point. There's only something else.
All right.
Thank you for your feedback.
So one other question back to your handout on draft staff legislative. On the exemptions and waivers, I notice you have a statement on here that says require exemption and waiver statutes to add common definitions, SAP, no excess hours, and required need component. Last I had understood that you were talking about requiring the FAFSA be completed, but
Sorry,
not.
that's a misstatement.
Okay.
That is a misstatement. The idea was to have the FAFSA required before the end of the first term using the exemptions so you can get them into the financial aid database, maybe help them get some federal financial assistance, give us some statistics on these people who are getting the exemptions and waivers. Sorry, that's just a misstatement. There was no intention of adding financial need as a requirement for the programs.
So FAFSA should be included, but need removed?
Yes, the FAFSA, this is the problem of cutting and pasting to try to put something together in short order, and I will redo this handout and include BOT and forth and send it out to you, but it's not going to be tomorrow. It takes a little while to pull this together. My apologies for the inaccuracies in this.
Any other comments on the legislative? Appreciate it, Dan. Believe it or not, we do actually appreciate it. So, the last thing on our agenda was the discussion of the state's plan for higher education. Everybody was sent out a copy, and it may be better to defer this to our next meeting, but everybody was sent out a copy of the Closing the Gaps Progress Summary document that talked about where the state was at relative to the closing the gaps in participation, success, excellence, and research. As I understand it, y'all are updating this currently, or just recently updated it for 2012. And so it may be better to actually see the 2012 data rather than the 2011 data, because I understand some of the where we're at in relation to some of these targets has now shifted. The thought behind adding this on the agenda was to kind of look at where the state was in relation to closing the gaps in specific areas for participation and success primarily, and what, if anything, the financial aid programs, state financial aid programs could do that would impact any of this or should do relative to this. So in the interest of time and in the interest of trying to get an updated information, I'm going to suggest we postpone this to the next meeting. Objections? All right. So speaking of next meetings, we said that our next meeting would be ideally in November. Any suggestions for a date in November?
Let's have it on Thanksgiving Day to keep it in line with our other holiday meetings that we have.
A&M and UT no longer have a commitment that day, so.
Oh, yeah.
If we went with, we originally suggested last time that we would try to meet on, I think, Thursdays, and then we shot that out of the water by meeting today on Wednesday. But if we went with that same notion, would the 1st or the 8th of November be an option for people? Now, obviously, we have to check availability here, but.
The TACRO conference is always in the beginning of November, and I don't know those dates. I kind of think it's the week that would include the 8th. which might make the first a better date for me personally, but that I'm a small cog in this process. So if there are other people who have TACRO commitments, that may be an issue.
Nobody else is raising any particular concerns with either date. Why don't we look at one of those two dates? We'll confirm availability here for this room and then send that out.
That's great.
We want to make sure you get your cookies, Tom.
Thank you. My therapy is very important to me. I agree.
Well, I appreciate everybody coming.
We had talked about having action items coming out of meetings, and I don't have a list coming from this one. Are there any items that are to be done between now and the next meeting that anyone can think of?
So a couple. So I have a couple of action items that I had from this. So we'll go through it. Share the allocation award amount spreadsheets with the committee and those who are here. We're going to check with general counsel, your general counsel, on the interpretation of the membership issue. In addition, I think we have to finalize these rules. And I think one of the things that would be useful would be to have a better sense for where the coordinating board as a whole is going with regard to advisory committee rules, because I hate for us to put something forward that ultimately then conflicts with where the coordinating board is going to go in general. So I think it's probably useful to figure out if we can get some more background information on what the coordinating board is thinking overall with committees in terms of their rules.
It might be early for getting that, but we can pursue it.
My only suggestion is I think we ought to probably try to line up with what that is doing, and we could be out in front of it, but then we put something in place that won't get passed or gets significantly modified anyway. So in the meantime, I think we can operate kind of with those rules in mind.
There was also a comment of sharing Jeff's not just to the PASFA group as well.
Dan was going to share his spreadsheet on the tuition rebate. The last thing I had was, and this is really more probably an agenda item for next time, if this committee could discuss, are there some better ways to improve data sharing and access to the data associated with the financial aid database and the CBM reporting and that kind of stuff, so that there's greater access to that. See if there's any recommendations from this group with regard to that. So as an agenda item for next time. And then we'll solicit further agenda items. Thanks for reminding me, Jane. I should have commented on the action items. All right.
What's their database?
October. All right. Thanks for coming.